That, of course, was the big talking point this weekend. So I hope everyone had fun. Obviously, we are dialed in for Raw. It is a new week. We are still on the road to WrestleMania. We are now past the Royal Rumble. Obviously, we've done the kind of Fallout shows. I'm kind of really intrigued by this show, because this is like a proper WrestleMania season show. This is officially Royal Rumble done, the fallout to the Rumble done, and now we've got a proper Raw. So we can start looking and seeing just what it is they had planned for this WrestleMania season. Now, of course, the bulk of it is just going to be standard stuff, but we're looking to see kind of what that top end is going to look like. And I think this is going to be a real challenge, because we know that Roman has challenged CM Punk. And I'm not expecting Roman this week. So CM Punk is going to have to do some heavy lifting on his own for a while. And I would imagine his attention will probably turn to Finn Balor. I would imagine that we're going to build him and Balor for Elimination Chamber. So I'm guessing that's where we're going. I'm thinking CM Punk's probably going to come out, because he is expected to be on this show. I'm expecting that he's going to come out. He's going to say a few words about last week. Great segment. And then we're going to move into the Finn Balor feud, because that is far from over. Whether that's going to be big enough to like really grab attention and to get people excited, not sure. We're going to have to see how they play this. I think that's going to be quite interesting. We know that Stephanie is the top women's champion on this brand. That has not really set the world on fire either. Becky as mid-card champ, she hasn't really had much in the way of a challenge outside of Maxine. So that's not been doing... It's not like she's feuding with AJ Lee already. So we have definitely got some issues around the titles on Raw. Roman, Punk, obviously, people on board with that, but that is in the future. That is not now. And to just make things that little bit worse, just to crank up the concern a little bit, we obviously found out the news that Bron Breakker has had to have surgery and had a serious hernia, and so he is obviously not expected tonight. Don't know that we would expect to see him next week. I think there is a chance you bring him back before he's fully healed and have him do a promo. Like, that'd be fine. You just make sure he doesn't do anything physical. But whether he can fly, travel, do that, I honestly don't know. So, yeah, I mean, not ideal. I would say that's a big spanner in the works for Raw for February. Obviously, we're hoping that he makes it back kind of mid to late March. Certainly, it doesn't seem like the reports today are that he's going to miss WrestleMania, but there are reports that this is going to cause a bit of disruption in the short term. So, with that being said, let's jump over to the preview, and then we can jump into the chat, right? So, let me just move my keyboards. So, we have got not loads in the way of a preview here. In fact, they haven't put everything on this preview because there's 2 qualifying matches that have not made it. So, we've got Usos against Alpha Academy in a tag title match. I would not expect the Usos to lose that. I think Alpha Academy is a bit of a strange choice. But I don't know, perhaps they're going to go that Maxine Dupree road and they're going to have Alpha Academy get the shock win. And then we got, talking to Maxine, Maxine vows to break Natty's ankle in tonight's match. So we have got Maxine against Natalia. We've also got a tag title match. As well as that, we've got this. So we have got Rhea, Ivy, and Lyra. They're going to be in a qualifier to get into the Elimination Chamber. So obviously it feels like Rhea is going to win this. I certainly don't give Ivy any chance. I don't know, maybe Lyra has a chance. I mean, Rhea is tag champ at the moment. So could it be that someone attacks and Lyra qualifies? And she's got a chance, but surely Rhea has to be the favourite. So, yeah, that's one of the qualifying matches. There is a men's qualifying match that got announced as well. I don't know if they've done a graphic for it, though. which is, let's see, here we go. Yeah, well, they've made their own graphics, so fair play. The newest Elimination Chamber qualifier that's been announced is Penta against Theory against LA Knight. So there we go. That is the men's qualifying match. So we've got that for the men. We got that for the women. We got Maxine against Natty. And we've also got that World Tag Team Championship match. So not the craziest lineup in the world. Not like the strongest lineup in the world. But I don't know, man. Let's see. Let's see kind of where we end up. Oh, some of you might be interested in this as well. So this is when Roman is going to be around, and you can see it's like March. So here, like 2nd of March, 16th of March, 23rd of March, 30th of March, and the 13th of April. So I'm guessing that means we've got 5 more Roman appearances before WrestleMania. I don't know what they're going to do with those. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be in any matches. Or is he just going to keep, like, promoing against CM Punk? I'm not sure. That is the downside, really, with Roman announcing that he's going after Punk. It's like, it's done. I mean, that's it, really. WrestleMania is, like, middle of April. Here we are, early February, and we're done, really. I know there needs to be some sort of builds, but I think it's going to be a lot of promos. I do think it's going to be a lot of promos. So, see the OTC one live. So, it looks like we've got him on the 2nd. The week after that would be the 9th. Not around. Then he's back on the 16th. Then he is here on the... He's got a run there, hasn't he? 16, 23rd, 30. So, that's 3 weeks in a row. Then he's not around. And then he's back on that week. So, in that period, there's 2 weeks that he misses. But he is doing a little chunk there. But it looks like that's what we've got Roman for as we are heading towards WrestleMania. I just saw, was it Esther that just asked about, have I seen any Olympics? I haven't, to be honest. Winter Olympics, not a massive deal in the UK, to be honest. I think Summer Olympics, massive deal. But Winter Olympics, we just don't really have the climate. We're a country where it's cold and it rains, but we're not a country that has like snow on a regular basis, ice and stuff like that. So Winter Olympics is not really something that we... I mean, if you go on the BBC website and click on sport, the top sports stories will be Winter Olympics, because obviously we've got people competing and trying to win medals. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, we never really performed that well at the Winter Olympics, and as a result, the country just gives it a bit of a glance. So we know it's happening and it is being covered, but no, it's not something that I tend to watch, to be honest. But you know, I know it's a big deal for like America and certainly Canada. I think for those countries where you do get snow or have snow on a regular basis, it's obviously a big deal. But, well, no, this is considerably got less interest than the Summer Olympics. Summer Olympics, you know, that's a much bigger deal than winter for us over here. But I hope everyone's having fun. Niall said the masked man was a hernia. Oh, yes. Maybe we can blame the masked man for the hernia. Yeah. Word on the street is that it was when he tipped over that commentary table. So last week, I don't know if maybe there was already something there and that was the straw that broke the camel's back or whatever. But they are saying it was when he flipped over that commentary table that seems to be a significant moment in him getting this hernia. Yeah. Chris said, my liver isn't working again. Been to liver into... I don't know what I mean today. My liver's not in a great way. My spleen has doubled the size. I've got 6 weeks to see what the next plan is. Chris, shout out to you, bud. I'm sorry to hear that. Always horrible to hear about people having like medical issues. But I mean, there's so much of it. I get like a lot of people hitting me up with like different trials and tribulations that they're going through. So I suppose like you're not alone. There's lots of people that are going through stuff, but not that helps. but sometimes it can help to know that you're not battling these things alone. But yeah, I mean, all I'd say is there's not much you can do, is there, apart from take the advice of the doctors and like take it a step at a time. That's the way I always deal with those things. It's like, what can I do? What is actually in my control? And then I just try and do what I can, really, to make things as good as possible and just follow the advice. So take it a step at a time, buds. Take it a step at a time. So sorry to hear that, Chris. Keep us updated and appreciate the support, my friend. And Nat is Royalty says, hi, everyone. Much love for all. Nate, shout out to you, buds. So plan B is to invert Seth into Roman. Punk apparently said Shining Wizards. I think 2K26. I'm sort of interested in like the big reveals. I mean, 2K do this every year where they do different things to try and promote the game, as they should. I mean, obviously, we've still got that whole ratings stuff to go through where they reveal the ratings of each of the wrestlers. And, you know, they do these kind of things. We've just done the cover reveals. So we've done that. We've had the first official trailer. We've done that. So, you know, there's like these things that you have to sort of go through just for the release of a video game. But, I mean, they're right to do it. Do you know what I mean? They're just trying to get as much attention as they can. But as a result, you're going to see lots of little bits to do with 2K. But I don't know, like, I don't know a number. I've no idea how many people actually play the game. It's hard to gauge, like, how big of a deal any of the 2K stuff actually is. I mean, if it turns out, like, 50,000 people play the game, it's not that big a deal, is it, really? Do you know what I mean? Raw gets like, I don't know, 1 point whatever million views in America, 2 point something million globally. So, I mean, a video game that gets like 50,000 people playing it. I don't know. It might be above that. It might be below that. I have no idea. So I give it a glance and I just have a look and see what's happening in case there's anything that really needs to be covered. So I did see that news about CM Punk. Maybe it'll result in some fun. But I don't know if it'll make its way into Unseen. Big Time said, did you see that TNA got their highest number in 8 years? I tagged you in that. Yeah, to be honest, I'm done with ratings. I mean, I don't really understand this system. So, like, I feel like what I need to do is I need to just leave it, give it some time to breathe, and then I'll go back to ratings. But right now, I don't know what I can trust, what I can't trust. Without having confidence in the systems, I just don't care. I just don't care. Without any confidence in it, I can't take any information from it. So what I need to do is I need to let it sort of all settle down and then have a look. I mean, I don't know, was that a great week for them? Has that got something to do with the new rating system? I don't know. I don't know. So it's hard to gauge just whether are they being extra successful? Have they done something that's really worked? Or is it a case that there's a new rating system and the way the ratings are compiled, and actually that's why the rating has gone up? And so if that's the case, well, nothing has changed, has it? And so it's not interesting. So I don't know. I'm not interested. I'm kind of done with ratings in the short term. Tony said, here's some predictions. Cody is going to turn heel. Shane and Vince are going to return, says Tony. Thank you. Wrestlandy said, do we think that Mania is missing a big annual gimmick match like they used to do, like a Battle Royal or a Money in the Bank? Maybe. I mean, what I would say is I think anything that can generate excitement for WrestleMania is probably needed, because, like, we know that the cards in recent years have been a little bit hit and miss, and even the card again this year seems to be a little bit hit and miss. People seem to be really on board with Cody and Roman, but seem to be struggling with seem to be on board with Punk and Roman, but seem to be struggling a bit with the idea that we're going to do Drew Cody again. And I don't know how people are feeling about like some of the other rumored matches. I think people are okay with Becky and AJ Lee. I don't know that people are crazy for Jade Bianca. And I don't know how people are feeling about Stephanie Liv. But I'm not seeing like... Perhaps it's because the matches aren't out yet, but I'm not seeing like loads of excitement for the rumored matches. I'm not seeing people saying, oh, this is going to be so good, and people like being really excited by it. But perhaps that's because plans keep changing and we haven't quite got there yet. But yeah, there's, you know, several rumored Mania matches that feel pretty concrete, that feel pretty solid as of right now. And there's not much in the way of a buzz, even amongst those that know about those matches, right? So, I don't know. I would say the excitement for the early stages of WrestleMania feel a bit muted. That's probably the best way I can word it. So, anything that can generate some excitement, some buzz, I think would be welcome, yeah. I mean, if you had some sort of match where it was maybe, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Like a ladder match where the winner becomes the number one contender. I mean, that does make sense for WrestleMania. Certainly a 2-day WrestleMania. And it would also make sense if they didn't announce who was going to be in it. So it had some of that surprise element like the Royal Rumble does. And you just don't know who's going to be coming down to the ring, right? Maybe you could always make sure there's a legend in it as well, just to have that little extra excitement. So, yes, I could agree with that something like that happens each year that we look forward to. Because Andre Battle Royal was not it, was it? That just wasn't it. The Andre Battle Royal was... I don't know that it's ever really worked. I think like maybe it's first year, but as soon as you realise that the winner it just doesn't get anything but a trophy, it's not like if you win it, you're gonna get like a massive push or anything like this. I mean, clearly if you win it, they see something in you, but I don't know, man. Go back through the winners, have a look at some of those previous winners. Some of them no longer with the company, and you know, the kind of 12 months they had after that victory didn't really achieve much for them. So yeah, for me, it's that was never quite it. I don't think that the prize was really big enough. It just sort of felt like, to be honest, I know what that was, and it was what it was. It was just a way of getting people on the show. That's what it was. It was that people were upset at being left off the card, so let's do a battle royal so that we can get as many wrestlers onto the show as we possibly could. That's what it was. And it worked because it got people onto the show, but I don't think it ever quite became something truly meaningful. I mean, if they were to drop it this year, I don't think anyone would care. It would be talked about for like a day, wouldn't it? It'd be a bit of chatter, and that would be it. Yeah, that's not it. So they probably do need some. I don't think it needs to be Money in the Bank, because I think that can live on its own, PLE. But I mean, if you moved it back and then used that slot for something new, I would not be against that. I would be okay with them, like, as long as it's a good idea. If they were to say, we're going to move Money in the Bank back to WrestleMania, and what we're going to do is we're going to bring back Cyber Sunday, or we're going to bring back Taboo Tuesday, or whatever. We're going to bring back a show where you decide what you want to see. I think that would work, because that is the one that people always seem really most interested in having and seeing, right? That's the one that people always want to see return. So yeah, I think that could be a way forward, but they're not, you know, there's no word of them doing that. I don't know why they don't want to do that, but there's no word of Cyber Sunday coming back or any kind of interactive PLE returning. I think they're quite happy that Money in the Bank is a good performer for them. So yeah, don't see us going back to that. So yes, my answer is yes. I think we could do with something. The general hype has been very muted. I'll tell you the other thing as well. And that is, I was listening to Dave Meltzer, and he was saying that there is a bit of criticism of Triple H internally. Don't know how big, but basically the advanced ticket sales are down on last year. So the amount of tickets that they've managed to shift for WrestleMania is lower than what they managed to do for last year's. So there is some concern that the product is just not quite exciting enough to kind of get people to get tickets. Dave said they've sold about 30-odd thousand, and he says that's nothing to be sniffed at. You know, I mean, that is still a really good result, but just compared to what WWE has been achieving in recent years, it is down. It is down. But, I mean, we can't be surprised because I feel like we talk and reflect like how the wider fan base feels, right? Just by and large. I mean, you're never going to be able to speak for people individually, but just collectively, I think we do a pretty good job of saying, hey, this is how the fans are feeling, yeah? And obviously, we were very critical last year because there was lots to be critical about, and that's going to have an effect. It's, you know, it's going to have an impact. And we're seeing it with ratings having slipped a little bit, with ticket sales being a bit slower. Obviously, the increased ticket prices do not help. Triple H would have that as a very good excuse. Like, you've pushed ticket prices up by X amount. That's clearly going to affect ticket sales, and that's very valid. But yeah, I think it is right that there is concern and has been concern about the creative. So whether a gimmick match would change any of that, who knows? But I think they could definitely do with something, yes. Wrestlemania, I hope you're well, buds. Johnny said, Daze, I watched the Super Bowl. I fell out of football, but the game was good. It makes me want to be a football fan again. Why don't you stream the Super Bowl no more? Well, to be honest, I don't have any interest in football. I've never watched it. Again, it's never been a big deal over here in the UK, right? It has grown, though, I would say, over the last 10, 15 years. I think the NFL has been making a real effort to do regular games over here, which has really built like an interest, and it has had an effect. So it is a much bigger deal now. If I was growing up now and with social media and everything, maybe I would have had more of an interest. But growing up when I did, no, I don't remember. There was nothing ever in the papers about American football. There was nothing ever on the news. There was never any games that I stumbled across. I mean, to be honest, even the Super Bowl when it was on was kind of like middle of the night BBC Two. No one ever watched it or spoke about it. People in the country will have watched it. I just didn't know any of those people, never heard anyone talking about it. I would imagine that's quite strange for Americans to hear when it is such a... I mean, it's such a massive part of your culture, but it's just not a part of ours. So... yeah, I mean, it's one of those where I didn't grow up watching it. It was never on my radar, never on my agenda. In fact, I think the first Super Bowl I ever saw, was I worked in a store, and there was a girl that worked there who was really into it. She was into it. She was one of the first people I'd ever met in my life that was into it, right? But she was into it. And she invited me and my then partner to go to a sports bar to watch it with her and a few other people. And it was like, yeah, well, why not? Be a laugh, wouldn't it? So I ended up going to a sports bar. I want to say this is like 2011. About 2011, probably going back about 15 years ago, was the first time that I saw a Super Bowl. And I watched it in a sports bar for a laugh with some other people. Didn't really know what was going on, but, you know, it was fine. It was fun. I enjoyed it. And that was that, really. And then the only other times that I've done it is when we've streamed it. And the reason why we've streamed it is because normally there's someone interesting as a halftime show. So, you know, like The Weeknd or Kendrick or something like that, you know, kind of interesting. But, yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me because I appreciate the importance of the game, but I don't have any connection with American football. I don't watch the regular season. I don't have a team. I don't have any favourite players. I don't have any favourite moments. Just not on my radar, honestly. So I obviously don't care for Bad Bunny. It's got nothing to do with, where he's from or anything like that. I just don't care for him for how he was when he was in WWE. I kind of feel like he came in and wanted to look like a massive star, wanted to act like a big hard man rather than coming in and helping the wrestlers and putting them over. He wanted to come in and he wanted to win and he wanted to look good. And I don't think that's good for wrestling. I mean, he wouldn't go into UFC and expect to win and expect to look good, but because wrestling is predetermined and it's possible for him to win, as a result, he has obviously come in and wanted to win, when actually what he should have done is he should have come in and he should have got humbled, and it should have shown the world that actually you don't mess around with professional wrestlers. They're big, they're strong, they can murk you, right? I mean, this is how we build up wrestling. This is how we give wrestling credibility. This is how we make wrestlers look good, not by having them lose matches to random singers. I've got no respect for Bad Bunny, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with anything other than how he acted when he was in WWE. And to be honest, I'd never heard him anyway. I mean, the first time I ever heard of him was when he was in WWE. And because of how he was in WWE, I did not care to look into his music, so I couldn't name a single one of his songs. I don't care for him as a person. Again, totally because of how he acted when he was in WWE, just like how many other celebrities have acted. I mean, he's not alone. He's not alone. A lot of other celebrities have done that as well, and I've got no time for them either, right? I mean, fair play to Jelly Roll. That's what I'll say. Jelly Roll and Speed are two examples of where I think they've kind of... I mean, I'm not a massive Jelly Roll fan, but at least he took the L. At least he came in and had a word with Triple H and said, listen, I think I should lose. And you go, okay, well, I'm not crazy about you being in a match at SummerSlam, but at least you had the dignity. At least you had the honor. At least you did the good thing in saying, do you know what? I'm just a guy off the street. I'm just a singer. Perhaps I shouldn't win this match against these trained professionals. And it's like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. I mean, maybe you shouldn't have been in the ring full stop, but... whatever. So, fair play to him for making that decision. And fair play to Speed for just getting in the Rumble and getting murked by Bron Breakker. I mean, could you imagine if Speed got in the Rumble and eliminated Bron Breakker? I mean, that's... oh, God. I'm not going to go on my celebrity rant again. But, yeah, no, not for me. I know that it was very political. I saw all the chatter around it. I'm not interested in any of that. I don't care about any of that. That's got absolutely nothing to do with me. But I just don't, as you lot know, I just don't care about Bad Bunny. I've got no interest in watching that show, so I didn't. And I wasn't planning on watching the game anyway, but I would be lying if I was to say that if it wasn't like, I don't know, who would have been good? I mean, if there was like a really good halftime person, I mean, if like Prince was still with us, or Led Zeppelin were doing it, or someone like that, someone that I was like, yeah, I'd be down for watching that. If there was like a halftime show like that, then I would have probably done it, because I was free, and I don't mind watching the game, so I probably could have done it. But to be honest, I just used the time to try and catch up with a few other things. So yeah, if you enjoyed it, good. Honestly, doesn't bother me at all. If people watched it and enjoyed it, brilliant. If you didn't enjoy it, fine. The politics side of it, I don't care about at all. I've got completely different reasons for not having time for Bad Bunny. Ronnie said, Daze, you're my favourite YouTuber. Do we think it's smart to sign a person for wasted money to keep them away from AEW, or save the money to inflate the roster if a person like Tony can't book? Hang on, what? Do we think it's smart to sign a person for wasted money to keep them from AEW? Okay, so we take them so they can't. or just save the money instead of inflating the roster if a person like Tony can't book? Honestly, impossible to answer, because I think it comes down by a case-by-case basis, doesn't it? I mean, for example, if you've got someone massive like, I don't know, Edge, right? Edge is a free agent, and AEW put a bid in, and we put a bid in, right? You would want to get Edge because he's a big name, and Edge could go and really make a big difference for their business. If they use him right, promote him right, and like get him on the front of the posters and really good creative and all of that sort of stuff, like he could be a potential game changer. Yeah, he could be someone that could be a spark. You never quite know what's going to catch fire, and to be honest with you, very, very rarely is it a sign-in that does it. I would say that Punk did it for them. And you might say Danielson, but I don't think he did as much as Punk did. But I'm going to go back to the WCW example, which is that they didn't really start beating WWE until they got NWO. They didn't start beating WWE in the ratings when they got Hogan. That wasn't the moment where they suddenly started beating WWF, right? They had to create that NWO story, and that really caught fire and it really grabbed people. So them signing Edge, and we're just using Edge as an example, right? Them signing Edge might not be enough to turn their ratings around. It's really what you do with him, and it's the story that you tell, a la NWO, right? So WWE, though, needs to make sure that AEW aren't getting all the right ingredients, because all it's going to take is for them to put those ingredients in the right order, and then boom, you know, they've baked a lovely cake. So WWE stopping someone like Edge from going there, if they possibly could, would make sense, right? Even if you don't really have much in the way of creative, even if it means you're going to spend quite a bit of money. I mean, WWE are not hurting for money. WWE have got plenty of money. If you look at their kind of financial breakdown, you know, they're getting like loads out of Saudi. They're getting loads from the Netflix deal. Like, they're doing really, really well at the moment. There's no guarantee that's going to carry on, of course. I mean, the Saudi deal expires in 2028. We know that the TV deals are going to be, you know, coming up within the next, 3 years after this year. So, you know, we're probably looking like 2-3 years past this year where a lot of these deals are going to expire. We don't know what comes after those. Wrestling and WWE, it's always in this kind of 5-year chunk, because you're only as strong as your latest TV deal, because that's where WWE makes the bulk of its money. TV and ESPN, PLE deals, the Saudi Arabian deal, all of that stuff, you know, the annoying stuff that you have to subscribe to and whatever, all the adverts we have to watch, that's where the money is made. It's not merch, it's not ticket sales, it's on all of that. So WWE right now in this period has got money. It's not a problem for them to go out and get really whoever they want financially. Doesn't mean they can, because there are wrestlers that obviously you can give them more than AEW, but they'll still choose AEW because they just believe that's a better fit for them. They care about like in-ring and wrestling and their legacy. And, you know, maybe they look at WWE and they're like, I just don't think they're going to use me in the way I want to be used, because they've got Punk, they've got Cody, they've got Oba, they've got Gunther, they've got Brock, they've got Roman, they've got Seth Rollins, they're building up Bron Breakker. How do I fit into that conversation? And if people think I don't, then, you know, that's another reason for them to go to AEW. So I think it's a hard one to answer, because genuinely it's a case-by-case basis. It would depend on how big of a prospect they were if they were young. It would depend on how big of a star they are now if they're older. It would depend on what kind of impact you would imagine they would have on the AEW business. It would depend I mean, it would depend if you felt like you could use them well, but I think your question is more, is it wise to take these people even if you don't have plans for them? And my answer is, on some occasions, yes. Because it might just prevent AEW from catching fire. AEW at the moment are kind of just there, really. I mean, they're around that sort of 500,000, maybe getting up to 600,000 now with this new ratings stuff, which is a real mess. They've changed the way the ratings are worked out, and as a result, it's just changing the numbers, but nothing's changed on the shows. So all of a sudden, we're seeing like better ratings, but just out of nowhere. It's a bit like when they dropped a little while ago and the ratings just dropped and they got worse out of nowhere. Now they seem to have improved out of nowhere. But it's all across the board. It's not like just one show. It's all the shows. So like I said earlier, it's just, I'm just going to leave it a little bit with the ratings. I'm just going to leave it until it settles down. And then we'll start to see, week on week, how the shows compare to where they were last week. And we'll know if they're up or down week on week. Because otherwise it just looks like things have, massively improved, but that's just not the truth. So, yeah, ratings are a real mess at the moment. But I think in regards to, would you take someone to stop them going to AEW? Yeah, a case-by-case basis. I think there are definitely people that could go there and make a big difference for AEW. And you'd want to do what you could to prevent that. But most people are going to go there and just add to the roster, aren't they? Most people, the majority of people, WWE are going to be fine with seeing them go to AEW. But what AEW needs to do, and it is easier said than done, is they have got to find that generational story. WWE found it with the Bloodline. WWE with the Bloodline found a story that is generational. It's a story that we will look back on and will define this era. It was massively successful. We spoke about it the other day, coming out of the pandemic. What a turbulent time. I mean, just an absolute gift from the gods to have a story of that magnitude at that time. Absolutely incredible. So that was kind of fantastic. Changed things for WWE, and to the moon they went. AEW really, they managed to get Punk, and that gave them a boost. It gave them a bump, but obviously when he went, that went as well. I think it feels to me like AEW have been in steady decline since Punk left, except for maybe it leveled off last year. Perhaps it just leveled. And we didn't see the ratings declining as much towards the end of last year. And actually, maybe there's some green shoots now where we're seeing a little bit of a recovery. But we're not seeing anything massive out of AEW numbers-wise. And I think that in order for them to really make some moves, they need that generational story. And I don't think I can't think of what it would be. I can't think of one they've done. I mean, I enjoyed Tony Storm, but it didn't seem to be affecting the ratings much. They need that big main event generational story that's that kind of Bloodline, that kind of NWO, that kind of Hulkamania type story, that wave that they can ride that will take them to higher heights, And listen, it is easier said than done. So, case-by-case basis, but most people, they wouldn't mind going to AEW. Benny said, what do we think about Montez's new physique? Has Triple H missed the boat? I say no. If it didn't happen under Vince, it wasn't ever planned, and he didn't generate views, said Benny. Benny, interesting. I don't worry about Montez. I mean, I don't think that it's the case that he's not been wrestling and so he's let himself go. It could turn out that he might say that in the future, that that's what's happened, but I think there's just as much of a chance that he's bulking. And the process of bulking means that you increase your calorie intake so that you increase your mass. You actually become physically bigger in size, and then you cut. And when you cut down, that's when you get your definition back. So it's like it's a process that you go through in order to build your size. Obviously, you're not going to make yourself taller, but if you want to put on more muscle mass, that's the process that you go through. So, in fact, you can get like these kind of supplements that obviously is like protein. A lot of bodybuilders take protein, but there's a lot that's like to do with increasing your mass and increasing your size and increasing your calorie intake. And honestly, he's always been someone that's really looked after himself. For me right now, what's more likely? Is it that he's just completely let himself go? Is that more likely? Or is it more likely that he's in the process of, continuing to do the work he's always done, but only now he's just bulking out and he's bulking up and he's trying to gain more size? And I don't mean size as in fat. I mean size as in muscle. But it's a process that you have to go through in order to get to that. And bottom line is, we're not going to know for a good few months, but he might look great. He might look great. He might look bigger, and he might have like loads of muscle and loads of extra size. And this is just the process he's going through to get to that. So, I genuinely, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But I think there was a boat that was missed. I think there was a trigger that could have been pulled. I don't know. I mean, I remember him being in Elimination Chamber and getting a great reaction. But I think it's really difficult because how is a Montez going to compete in a singles division that features Ilya and Carmelo, Johnny Gargano? You're going to need to have some charisma, some fire. You're going to need to have something that makes you stand out from the crowds. Because, I mean, look how hard it's been for Chad Gable, a former Olympian who's fantastic in the ring. Look at, how difficult it's been for Ludwig since he broke away from Gunther. He's had to become El Grande, and that's got over in Mexico, but it's not as over in America. I don't know. It's hard. I mean, the bottom line is, it's like, look how hard it is for Sammy. I mean, Sammy just cannot get his hands on a world title, and he's been trying for over 10 years on the main roster. I mean, he has been like trying and working. So, like, you look at Montez, and he's not like Roman height or anything like this. Good-looking guy, but I mean, he's not as big as Trick Williams. I don't think he's as tall or even as big. So, size-wise, he's not small. He's just, he's fine. But I don't know if I don't know. It's hard to look at him and go, wow, yeah, he's going to bring something different. What's he going to bring that's going to make him stand out? I mean, maybe if you turn him heel and you kind of keep Bianca with him, perhaps there's something there. But then I'd make the argument that's what we're trying to do with Zelina and Aleister Black, and it's not really working. Can Montez make it work better, maybe? Don't know. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, he's really good, but we've got loads of really good people. So it's going to come down to the presentation and how do you make him stand out. So I like Montez, and I think I would want to give it a go before, because I'd want to know, to be honest, if we do have him go solo, can we find... It wouldn't be him. It would be the presentation. Like, his in-ring, will be whatever. His promos will be whatever. But without the right presentation, we're dead in the water anyway. It won't matter about in-ring and promos. So I would want to know, could we find the right way to present him? That would be the challenge. That'd be a real good one to have actually given to you if you worked in creative. Could you imagine if you worked in creative, Triple H came over and went, right, I've got a project for you. This is what I want you to do. I want you to break up the Street Profits, and I want you to give Montez a new presentation, a new character, a new gimmick, right, whatever, that's going to, really take him to the moon. That's what I need you to do. And you'd be like, okay, right. Okay, give me a day, and I'll get back to you tomorrow. Yeah. And if you could just have that time where you could just be like, right, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? And you kind of go from there. I mean, like, my first thoughts would be that I think I would have Montez upset with Dawkins because Dawkins is spending too much time with BFAB. And, you know, he doesn't feel, they keep losing. He doesn't feel like he's switched on. He doesn't feel like he's prioritizing the team. And Dawkins is. And we actually see that Dawkins is trying. But, you know, it's just not, you know, there's miscommunication, all that kind of stuff. Frustration builds. I think I'd be really tempted to take Montez out as a heel at first and just kind of run with that. I think that would be easier to book. And I think there's lots of people for him to work with, because if you look at that mid-card scene, you got Sammy, you got Elia, you got Carmelo. They're all faces in that mid-cards that need heels to work with. And I think like a heel Montez in the mid-card working with some of those guys right now could actually be really interesting. You could actually, and obviously we've just lost Tommaso Ciampa. Who also could have been, you know, they used him a little bit, didn't they, with Carmelo? And I think there might be something that you could do there. So I'd probably, as a starting point, kind of work with something like that. But I think that would be quite interesting to have a look at. If you can get the presentation right, then, yeah, that would be half the battle. But I think it'd be hard. I mean, I think it's easy to sit here and go, yeah, he'd be great. That's easy. But actually, if you go, well, what would make him stand out from some of the other people when you've got Carmelo? Perhaps it's true that he would have shone and he would have stood out a few years ago. But actually, if you look at the landscape now, with Carmelo, Trick Williams, Obafemi having come in, you know, Javon Evans, you know, there's some amazing in-ring talent that can do some amazing things. You know, Montez, he always had like that amazing frog splash and great athleticism, but we have seen a wave over the past few years. Difficult for him to just kind of keep up, to be honest. Stay up with like everyone that's recently got called up. Chris said, is Wrestle Feud happening this week? Yes, Wrestle Feuds is on Wednesday. Only AJX says, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. And Mayor Pete said, have you ever gone through a bulking phase? You're one jacked boomer, says Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, thank you. I've lived my life going through a bulking phase. I'm literally going through it right now. I've been going through it for 21 years. Bobster, hello my friend, said, to build some stars, do we split feuds? As in established stars don't face each other. We try and focus on stars versus up-and-comers. Example, Randy against Grayson. The up-and-comer doesn't always win, but gets over. So, to build some stars, do we split feuds? Like established stars don't face each other. Yeah, I mean, I think we have been trying to do that. I mean, I would look at kind of what we're doing with Gunther, what we've done with Bron Breakker, having like what we're doing with Bronson. Like, there's people like Miz that tend to, you know, Miz, Carmelo, whatever. They tend to go up against each other. And then, you know, the young up-and-comer will get the win. Maxine Natty tonight. I mean, Maxine, will she get the victory tonight? She probably should, because she is the up-and-coming star. But the problem is that she's still very raw and green, and she's improved. No one would say she's not improved. She's definitely better than she was this time last year, or certainly 2 years ago. I mean, she's definitely improved. But I don't know. I mean, is she main roster caliber now, you know, or is she still NXT level? I mean, for me, she's still NXT level. So I don't feel like we're ready to get her to like a world title. I don't feel like we're ready to build her up to get to those levels. It feels like there's still lots of work that needs to be done. So as of right now, I'm more interested in Natty having a push with this new character than I am going with Maxine, because Natty has got a new character that I would like to see us invest in, that I think Natty has never quite had the success that she deserves. I always thought she should have won that first Intercontinental Championship and gone down in the history books. I'd totally be down for this Natty character, if it works, to have another world title run. Hopefully we can, I mean, it's such a shame that we've not been able to fill in any gaps. I mean, there's no gaps in her wrestling. Her presentation has consistently been very poor. We've just really relied on the fact she's a Hart, and that's it. That's it. She's part of the Hart family, and that's it. And, that long ago ran out of steam, and we've not really done anything since then. Promo-wise, she is okay. She'll come out with the odd line, but I don't think people regard her as like any sort of great promo. It's not like every time Natty talks, everyone's like, oh, shut up. Natalia's talking, gotta listen to this. It's not really regarded as anything that special. She's not bad, but I don't know. Becky's like way better. Becky has got some really fun, interesting lines, and she comes out with them on a regular basis. Natty, I don't know. Her promos can just sort of become a bit. This is quite interesting. So I'm quite interested to see where this goes. So I hope we invest in Natty, but I mean, maybe we go Maxine. But yeah, in regards to like building new stars, it's a different path for different people, but by and large it's a pretty good rule of thumb that they need wins and they need momentum. They need big high profile wins as well, so giving them wins against like established names is obviously a good way forwards. But it's hard because obviously your established names need to get wins as well. So it's kind of difficult because whoever's losing is obviously going to suffer. It's going to kind of reduce their aura, but you need people winning and losing matches every show. So it's kind of tricky. It's a bit of a challenge. I wonder if there's an argument that there should be a few more squash matches. Just a few more. Maybe even if we just get some young talent from NXT, just to give people like Oba, give people like Maxine, just some wins. Just go out there and just show what they can do. I think people, hopefully with those kinds of matches, if you did bring them back, you would be using those to try and show some interesting moves. And you'd kind of, because people know who's going to win. But what you want to do is you want to make it so that those matches have still something interesting in them. Maxine just really putting it all together and putting on like a really good showing and actually showing that she can work a match from start to finish, chucking people around. Here's a suplex, just get across. Look, she can do this. Lovely looking crossbody. I think part of the problem though is that a lot of people don't watch wrestling to appreciate the in-ring skills, honestly. I think a lot of people, the majority, probably just watch because they want to see Roman, they want to see Seth. And that's part of the problem, isn't it? For me, I'd love to see some jobber matches. I'd love to see some enhancement talent matches. Because show me where Maxine is now. Have her go out there, work with someone, chuck them round, have a Maxine look good. And, go through her moveset. Maybe show me something I've not seen before. She can work on something, deliver it in that match. I would get something from that. I'm not saying it would be amazing, but, it might get a passing grade from me if it was enjoyable enough. Nice pace and, lovely variety of moves. And, you get to see someone, you're like, oh, look, it's such and such. It's, blooming Carmen Petrovich or whoever, she's in Evolve at the moment. Oh, look, it's flipping PJ Vassar. She's going to be good when she's ready. But, she's in there mixing it up. For me, that would work. But, I'm a hardcore fan. So, but for the masses, it probably wouldn't. But yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, if you want to build stars, they've got to get wins. They've got to get momentum. They've got to convince the audience that they are good. And actually, the odd jobber match here and there, enhancement talent, where someone can come down and just really show their skills. You could even call it a skills match. where it's a case of just like, you know, we know you're going to win, but just show off. Show us what you can do. I would not be down on that, but I don't know that it would fly with most of the fans, to be honest. It's not something that I would be... I don't know that I would necessarily be booking it if I was in creative. Connor said, Daze, do we see El Grande, mask versus mask happening? Yeah, I could see that happening, yeah. I don't know if that'll happen at WrestleMania or if it'll happen in AAA, but I could definitely see it happening. It does definitely feel like we're on that road. Kader said, what do we think about Ricochet saying that WWE ruins careers like Finn, Shinsuke, and Apollo? I think he's entitled to his opinion. I think that it's very difficult, not just for WWE, but I think it's difficult for AEW because you could easily turn around to Ricochet and name a load of people that AEW have potentially ruined, right? Because the truth is that not everyone is going to get used. You know, the truth is that you have got so many segments, you've got more talent than you do TV time, and you have to have more talent because you're going to have injuries and you're going to have issues. You're going to have like double bookings or, you know, missed flights or, as we said, you know, illness, injuries, family issues. You're going to need, like, plans change all the time. So you always need more wrestlers than you actually require, right? And so that then comes down to who catches on, who are the crowd interested in. Obviously, you want to keep using those people. If someone like, say, Rusev or Shinsuke is kind of sat in catering and you're struggling to get them on the show, you got to find the next available opportunity to do that. If they're quite cold, then other people might jump ahead of them. At some point, you've got to just get them back out there and start building them again, but that takes time. I mean, to be honest, if you get cold, it's hard. It's really hard to get you back out there and get building again. WWE obviously sometimes find themselves in a situation where they have to do it because this person is like one of their only options. But yeah, it's just not good if you take a load of losses like what we were just saying and you find yourself just getting beaten all the time and, you know, you're not selling much merch. Not much of a reaction when you come out because why would they? Because you always lose. You know, you kind of find yourself like really struggling and then you just find yourself in catering because you've been beaten so much it doesn't even matter anymore. So then you're in catering and you're waiting for creative to come up for something for you. But I mean, they're not going to be quick or eager to do that because they've got to start with you from scratch. And it's true, like an Apollo, a Shinsuke, you know, those kinds of names I think do find themselves in that situation. Ivy Nile, you know, Creed Brothers, Viking Raiders. I mean, there is a list of people where you can say they're in that boat, but that is not exclusive to WWE. That would be that same thing would be true of AEW and would be true of TNA and would be true of New Japan. So I don't think it's an invalid criticism at all. I think there's some truth to it, but I think it's also part of the game. I think it's also part of how WWE and pro wrestling works. That, you know, you've got kind of that talent that you identify as being the real talent that's going to take you places. And if you're not in that group, it's going to be a fight to get TV time. It's going to be a fight to stay employed. It's going to be a fight to stay out of catering, to get some wins. I mean, you are fighting, you are battling. If you're not in that top group, if you're not that Punk, that Gunther, that Cena, that Cody Rhodes, you know, if you're, I mean, look at Cody. I mean, when Cody wasn't in that group, he was Stardust. And, you know, flipping hating it. And, you know, doing nonsense on main event, being in the cosmic wasteland and all that, and just, you know, having to do whatever he was given and whatever he was told to do. Having his match cut at WrestleMania, I believe. And missing out on, even though he was there and he had a match, but it got cut. So, you know, it was one of those kind of situations where if you're not in that top group, it is a fight. It is a battle. It is hard. A lot of people think it's just, once you make it to the main roster, it's easy. No, it's not easy. I mean, if anything, you could make the argument that's where the real work starts. you could make the argument that all your training, everything that you're doing in NXT is to prepare you for the fight that is the main roster. I mean, I think there's a lot of politicizing that goes on. I think there's a lot of little conversations that happen. A lot of people not happy with their spots on the card. A lot of people fight. I mean, it showed itself with Sammy saying that he thinks he should get the title, right? Because, yeah, that's Sammy fighting for whatever he can get. He doesn't know what the future's going to hold for him. And that is Sammy going, listen, if I get this, it's going to be a big boost for me. It's going to help me because I'll be a former world champion. It's going to keep me in the mix for the road to WrestleMania. So it's definitely helping Sammy. But Sammy's smart enough to also go, but it's going to help you as well. Because no one will see this coming. It'll be unpredictable. It's going to play really well in Saudi Arabia because the fans are with me. It's going to confuse the road to WrestleMania. It's going to give you that shock moment for the Rumble, right? Or just before the Rumble, but at least you'll have a, my God, I didn't see that coming. It's going to confuse people on the road to WrestleMania. You know, I could drop it back at Elimination Chamber. That'll give you another moment for Elimination Chamber. I mean, Sammy would be clever enough to not just go in there and go, I want the belt because me. But, I mean, yeah, apparently he did have a words where he said that. And apparently Drew had the same words when he won the belt, where he went with Cody and they had a conversation about how they thought that Drew should win it. And Drew was a part of that, right? So Drew had a bit of a conversation, a bit of an input before the title changed hands, according to Observer, right? Sammy did the same. Obviously, last year we saw the whole Charlotte-Tiffany situation, where I am adamant that was because Charlotte had just come back from injury, and here's a young, blonde girl that does a moonsault called the prettiest moonsault, which just so happens to be the move that Charlotte does. And Charlotte just happens to be blonde and athletic. And to me, I think Charlotte came back, saw Tiffany and went, oh, so you're the girl that's going to replace me. You're my replacement. I don't think so. And I think Charlotte then made their feud quite awkward with that sit-down promo. I think Tiffany learned a lesson from that sit-down interview, and then the next week is when we got that famous in-ring promo, and that's when it just completely fell apart. And that's when that got all personal, and there was loads of stuff that was said. Well, I think a lot of that comes from not a jealousy, but just this is my spot. You really think you're going to just come in and take it, and you're going to do it with a smile on your face? I think there's a lot of that plays out behind the scenes. I think there's a lot of that goes on. So yeah, I think it's hard if you're not in that group at the very, very top. I think it's a real fight to get TV time. I think that's true of I would say all wrestling companies, to be honest. Dida says, hello. Thanks for the streams. Who is Oba going to claim tonight? How long are they going to continue this? Cheers. Well, Dida, shout out to you, but I think they continue it till he picks on the wrong person. I think they'll continue it until someone then actually attacks him back. Or he attacks them and someone comes to make the save, or, you know, we start to see the locker room kind of standing up. I mean, it might not take too long. I mean, if the Viking Raiders have got anything about them, War Raiders, they would attack Oba. Why the hell would the War Raiders, two of them, get attacked by Oba and then not respond? I mean, to be honest, if they don't respond, it's a real bad look for them, right? Maybe, you know, they could think to themselves, there's nothing for us to gain. But, I mean, I don't know. What about your dignity? What about your pride? What about the fact there's two of you and you're meant to be one of the best tag teams we've got, and you got murked by Oba, and you didn't do anything about it. You couldn't do anything about it. So I don't think it'd take too long, because, I mean, to be honest, it'll get boring quite quick, him coming down. I mean, we saw Via do this. It's the Via approach. Do you remember when they kept teasing Via was coming? And then he came out, I think attacked Dominic first, but Dominic was still with Ray at that point. And came out and attacked those guys, and then just kept coming out and attacking different people. But yeah, I mean, it was still you have to get to a feuds. You got to get to something. So different ways of doing it. Either someone's going to stand up to him, or he picks on the wrong person, and actually they end up being like, you know, he tries to beat them up, take them down, whatever. But they end up just being face to face. I mean, imagine if he came out trying to smash Braun Strowman, if Strowman was still around. And then, you know, he knocks Strowman down, but Strowman manages to get right back up, and actually they're face to face and the crowd are going crazy. Then, of course, that leads to a feud with Strowman. We don't have Strowman, so I mean, obviously we can't do that. But no word as to who he's facing at the moment. It could be Brock, but if it's going to be Brock at Mania, then I think Oba's got a win, hasn't he? And I don't know how people are going to feel about that. Because I would imagine Brock will lose at SummerSlam if that's going to be his final event. So I'd imagine he'll lose at SummerSlam. So I don't know, are people okay with Brock losing at Mania and SummerSlam this year? I mean, Gunther did it last year. So, I mean, Brock can do it this year. But, yeah... maybe that's the direction they go. But then obviously the question will be, well, who does Gunther face? And the answer is there's no rumor on that, no word on that at the moment. We still don't know at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, last week we saw, was it Dragon Lee come out and go after Gunther? So, I mean, I don't know. Is he going to do some stuff with the Luchas now? And is that going to lead to Mania? I'd imagine that's probably just a short-term thing. But... yeah, coming out and attacking people, you're not going to do that for months. I mean, you do it for a few weeks, and then either the people you've attacked will gang up and come back after you, or you'll pick on the wrong person and that'll lead to a feuds. Or, you know, someone comes down and makes the save, and that leads to a feuds. So you start beating up on Matt Cardona or whatever, but I don't know, bang, here comes Cody Rhodes or whoever, yeah? So I don't think it'll go for long, though. It will get quite boring if you just comes out and murks people week after week after week after week after week. Oscar's mental. Oscar mental says much love. Oscar mental. Shout out to you, my friends. Wow, honestly, we've only got 49 minutes to go. This is flipping flying. Absolutely, we've done an hour and 10 minutes already, and I feel like we've been chatting for seriously 20 minutes. I still don't feel like we've got going yet. Tracy said, for your information, I'm still cancer free, but I am going through a CAR-T procedure that's helping me stay cancer free. My first procedure will be Wednesday and Thursday. Well, Tracy, wishing you all the very best for that, my friends. As I said earlier to Chris, I know there's loads of people that are going through different challenges. So if you are going through something, as I said, you're certainly not alone. I never know if that helps or makes no difference, but I think I would like to know if I was going through something that, you know, I'm not alone. Sometimes it can feel like you are battling these things alone, but certainly the community sending its love to everyone that's going through things. So Tracy, Chris, shout out to you guys. As I said, I hope whatever you've got coming up this week or next week or in the immediate future, I hope it all goes very, very well. So Tracy, you'll have to keep us updated. But yes, step at a time. It's honestly the best advice I can give. It's how I deal with it. Anytime I'm going through something, or more my family going through something, you just kind of go, right, what can we do? What can I actually affect? I try not to worry about anything that I just can't control. If I just can't, it's easier said than done. But if you don't have an influence over it, if there is nothing you can do about it, then there's just nothing you can do, is there? So definitely try and see where you can channel your energy and what little positives you can make. But I mean, you sound like, what with being cancer free and everything, you're in a great place. So long may that continue, my friend. Wrestling Little Rye says, favorite aftershave random question. Yeah, I don't really have any. I mean, I do have a bottle which just got bought for Christmas, but I never request any. I mean, I hardly ever go out, do I? I mean, I'm always here streaming on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday. I do WEP on a Thursday. I do SmackDown on a Friday. So I rarely go out. So I actually don't have a favourite. I always have a bottle of something just in case I am going somewhere. So I'll always have something. But honestly, my honest answer is I normally just get bought it for Christmas. Normally, a family member will just buy me a bottle of something. And that's it. I don't really care for aftershaves. I don't really have a scent or a fragrance that I'm attached to. In fact, I don't even really think I could tell you much in the way of a difference between them. Like, oh, well, this is quite flowery. This one is more leather. I ain't got a flipping clue, mate. All I know is that if I'm going out somewhere nice, I'll put something on whatever I've got. And then when that's gone, someone will buy me another bottle of something else. I mean, as long as it's like for men, that's fine. That's good enough for me. That's fine. I'll take it. So yeah, I can't say I'm a big aftershave guy. King Gamer said, Daze, is it right for wrestlers to politic themselves to win a championship? Why would Sammy and Drew go to Triple H to say they should win? Cena never did. Oh, well, Cena had a lot of say. I mean, Cena decided about the Nexus victory, didn't he? I mean, I know Cena kind of claims that he never did these things, but Cena had a lot of sway and say backstage. And famously, the most famous one is that he said that he didn't think that the Nexus should beat him at SummerSlam 2010. I think a lot of people, even Cena now himself, looks back on that as being the wrong decision. And actually they should have, because that defeat just kind of took the legs away from the Nexus. Just, you know, that was kind of the end of the road after loads of, I mean, people love attacks, invasions, and I think with the Nexus they got it bang on. I think if you follow the Nexus story, there was some really good backstage attacks. I remember Cena like getting hit. I can't remember. Did he get hit with the car? It was there was a car involved, and Cena was in there. So there was like stuff going on in the parking lot. I remember them absolutely trashing the ringside area. Like they were just like ripping the mats up, tipping over. You had commentators having to run away, scared. The ring was being ripped up. Like, you know, I mean, when I say they destroyed it, they were like destroying it. Actually, like everything was being ripped apart, was actually being destroyed. It wasn't that they just tipped over the ring steps or tipped over the commentary table. It's like the ring was actually being ripped and all this kind of, like, it was all getting trashed. And you got commentators running away and all of that. And it was really, really good. It was really, really good. So I think they got that right, and I think for them to lose at SummerSlam was, yeah, definitely the wrong call. So I don't think it's right to say that Cena never did such things. I think he did. But in regards to should wrestlers politic, well, I think it's right for wrestlers to have a say. So, you know, Sammy put his case forwards, and I think it's right that he does that. I mean, if I was working in creative and I was Triple H, I would want to know what the wrestlers were thinking and what they had to say. I mean, I wouldn't want to work in an environment where it's just what I say goes and I'm not interested in what anyone else is thinking, right? Because, I mean, you're not going to be right 100% of the time. And I would want to know if there was an alternative that I had not considered. And I would want to at least think about that. So I think it's absolutely fine for Sammy to turn around and say, listen, how about I win this? Because if I do, bang, 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 right? He made that point to Paul Levesque. Triple H listened to that, and he decided, no, I'm quite happy with Drew. I'm quite happy doing what we're doing. There's no drama there for me. There is no drama there at all. I don't see the problem. I really don't understand any of the backlash online, because there was a little bit of backlash. I mean, you know, but yeah, there's loads of politicking that goes on. Do you remember Sasha and Naomi walking out because they weren't happy with the way the women's tag belts were being booked? And they didn't think it was prestigious enough. That wasn't the first time they went and spoke to them, you know. I don't think fans understand how much of that stuff actually goes on. It's just because you don't hear about it. You might think that it never happens. It's happening all the time. It's happening all the time. People are like, you know, there's even Triple H hinted at it, you know. There is a interview with Triple H. I need to find the clip, actually, because I think that would be quite eye-opening. But Triple H said, people say, why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And it's like, yeah, okay, well, maybe we can't because that person's injured and our plans have changed. Maybe we can't because that person refuses to work with that person. And he actually said that. In this answer that he provided, he actually used the example of that person refuses to work with that person. So there is all of that kind of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and it's always been there. I mean, we've all heard the stories about Hogan. We've all heard the stories from back in the day. That never changed. The only thing that's different is that obviously what Vince said went, right? Whatever Vince wanted, we did. And I think that has continued now with Triple H. The only concern is with Triple H is he as tough as Vince? You know, if Vince said, no, you're doing it, you would do it. But I don't know, is Triple H going to do that? I mean, it's all well and good standing up to Sammy going, no, I don't think you should win the title. We're going to stay with Drew. But what about someone like Brock that's ranting and raving? And, you know, maybe he's not at this stage, right? Because I think he's getting towards the end of his career. But, I mean, we all saw Brock chucking the belt at Vince backstage after one of the Mania matches because he was upset with how the match had played out, or perhaps he'd just done something he didn't want to do. We all know that, you know, there was a lot of people that disagreed with the streak ending the way that it did. You know, Bruce Pritchard actually went on and said he doesn't think the streak should have ended. And Undertaker was like, you and me both, brother. So, I mean, there's loads of stuff that goes down. Loads of politicking behind the scenes. As I said, I think the whole Charlotte Tiffany thing was built on it last year. So, yeah, I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if Becky and Charlotte refused to work together for a time. I think there was a real falling out there, real bad bloods between those two. So I wouldn't have been surprised if there was like some real issues that kind of, that were showing themselves there. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone can have their own opinion. I think that it's right that wrestlers have a say. I think it's right that, you know, they know their characters. They know what they're trying to portray. They know the journey that they feel like they're on, right? Probably as good as anyone else, really. So, you know, if there's something that feels like, no, I wouldn't do that. That's not how I would react. That's not the way my character would work, or my character really needs this. I can feel the fans starting to leave me. I can't lose at this point. Like, if they've got a point that they need to make, like, they should be allowed to voice that. There's obviously a balance, because you can't discuss every single decision. You'd not get anything done. So I think there has to be only come to me if it's, like, you know, really important. I mean, maybe you can go to talent relations and, you know, express, you know, whatever you want to express there. But if you want to speak to Triple H, it needs to be like, no, this is serious. Because if you talk about every decision that gets made, I mean, don't get me wrong, what wrestler wants to lose? I mean, wrestlers want to win, don't they? They want to win. They want to win championships. So everyone's there fighting and battling to get as much as they can and be as successful as they can, because if you're successful and you've got the crowd, that means you're going to keep your job. If you lose and keep losing and find yourself in catering, well, I mean, you are on a slippery slope to getting cut because you're not valuable. So what actually happens on the show has impact in the real world. So knowing that means, yeah, why would wrestlers not be fighting for stuff? I mean, of course they would. I would. I'm sure you would. You've got to make sure that you keep your job And it's funny, isn't it, how this is all scripted and everything, but, you know, unless you're someone like Chelsea, who can take Chelsea or R-Truth, who can take losses but still be entertaining, still be charismatic, still contribute. If you're someone that's going to take losses on a regular basis and is, I don't know, seen as disposable, then, you know, you can then find yourself, that's it, out of a job. Whereas if you actually could get some momentum, some wins, build a fan base, get a connection with the crowds, you could then keep your job. So there is real life repercussions. So I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why Sammy's saying, you know, don't you think it would be good if I got the victory this time, because it would obviously help me, but it would help you because blah, 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 blah. Just putting that to Triple H and going, what do you think? And for Triple H to think about it and go, no, I'm happy with what we're doing. Where's the issue? Where's the problem? I don't get the issue. So, yeah, it happens all the time. If Brock didn't end the streak, other than Brock, no one other than Brock should have ended it. Hang on. Glenn said, if Brock didn't end the streak, no one else other than Brock should have ended it. It was time. Sean said, is it me, or does Matt Cardona feel like Zack Ryder? I don't know what his character is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big Matt Cardona guy, to be honest. I don't have anything against him personally, but he's an example to me of someone that kept losing all the time before and didn't really contribute to the show in the sense of there was just nothing there that I cared about. There was nothing there that I connected with. I did enjoy his work when he was doing Long Island IC, and actually I think it was a real mistake of his to stop doing that. I think if you're going to lose a lot, you've got to work hard to really connect with the audience. And I think what Chelsea does is fantastic because she loses a lot, but she's on social media. She's doing TikToks. She's putting out fun posts. Now she's got the Chelsea Chronicle, right? So she can lose, but like whatever's happening is now being written in this newspaper. And she only showed it for the first time the other day. But I love it. I think it's a great idea. And actually, last night she posted a new one. And we did manage to just squeeze that into Unseen. So we got that in at the end, the new front page. That is now going to give her an opportunity to print those on a regular basis. So whatever happens to her in her short-term career, she can then put it into one of these pages. As I said, she can give them out to the fans. She can sign them and sell them. Like, her gear can be made out of it. Her entrance graphics can be made out of it. You could even go as far as to feature, like, you know, read all about it, hear ye, whatever, into her theme music if you wanted. I'm not saying we should, but what I'm saying is that one idea, it works in promos. It's a giveaway. It can be sold. It can influence your ring gear. It can influence your Titantron. You could change and theme your theme music around it. Like, you could dress up Alba Fire as a 1920s paper boy, right? She could come out on a bike, little flat cap, whatever. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, right? It's an idea that is scalable. And she's done a brilliant job there of just, it reminds me a lot of Booty-O's. Booty-O's was exactly the same. Booty-O's, you know, they were chucking them out to the crowds. They were on the graphics. They sold them in FYE. I think that's the name of the shop. You could actually buy Booty-O's. In fact, there's a video of me trying them. I bought some from FYE and tried them. So again, you know, that's an idea that kind of hits all these different things. For me, Matt was not doing anything like that. So he was losing when he was that rider. And he did Long Island IC, which was great. But that was like a web show. That was a YouTube show that he was doing. And it was, you know, it was fun. Yeah. Just little short clips, little short videos. But it was entertaining and it was good. And it was kind of ahead of its time. He called himself the Internet Champion, and he had an Internet Championship. And actually, you can get a Mattel figure that comes with the Internet Championship. Never a recognized belt by WWE, but it was him thinking outside the box, doing some stuff that connected him with the audience. And I don't know why he kind of stopped doing that stuff. I don't know if like his figure company took over and kind of took his time away. I mean, that's great for him to have a business on the side. And I would imagine it probably was that. I'd imagine it probably was that he was doing work on that more so than like, you know, putting out this fun content. But I sort of feel like Chelsea does a great job with coming up with like those kind of things that play well and, you know, on social media. And even though she's losing, she's still keeping that connection. But I kind of felt with Zack Ryder that, I don't know, I enjoyed Long Island IC, but nothing came after it. And he went to NXT, he was in the Hype Bros, and he was in a short like team with Kurt Hawkins. I remember them getting the tag belts. But I mean, I didn't have a connection. And he ends up losing his job, like getting released. And then he goes to the Indies. And my understanding is he's done well on the Indies. Well, I don't really follow people when they're on the Indies. I mean, my time's taken up with WWE. But I know that he did well. And, you know, he kind of regarded himself as the king of the Indies and all of that. And now he finds himself back. But I don't know if he's back because they appreciated what he did on the Indies or if he's back because of Chelsea. And I don't mean that as a disrespect. It's a genuine question. It's a genuine, I don't know, right? If he's back because of Chelsea, that would say to me they've got plans to do something with him and Chelsea in the near future, right? And they're going to do something together. And they've brought him in because she's, you know, great and she's got a great connection with the audience and they think there's something there and, well, let's just bring him in. Yeah, he can lose on the roster. He can put some people over and he can do something with Chelsea, you know, once we get past Mania or even at Mania. I mean, maybe it's going to be Chelsea and Matt against whoever, right? Alistair and Zelina. I don't know, whatever. But you've got an option to do something there. So if they've brought him back for that reason, then it could just be that they're quite happy to just job him out, having him sort of lose to different people, having get murked by Oba and put over other people, whatever, and he's just there to do that role. If they like him and they like what he's been doing on the Indies, and that's why they've brought him back, I would agree with you that I don't think they've shown it. It's not like they've brought him back as a big star. It's not like he's someone that we really need to be paying attention to. He's not involved in like any big feud. He's not up there with big names. I mean, we saw him backstage with Apollo Crews and Kit Wilson. I mean, that is the level they've put him at. They've put him at the Apollo Crews, Kit Wilson level straight out the gate. So I agree with you. There's not anything different there. There's nothing there that I'm still feeling connected with. But I don't know why they brought him back. I don't know if it's for him or if it's because of him and Chelsea and they see money in that pairing and we just haven't got to that yet. So, as I said, I have to stress, I don't feel any ill will towards him. Why would I? I'm just being honest in saying he was never someone that I really felt like I had a connection with. He's not someone that his in-ring like ever blows me away. I don't watch his matches and find them to be exhilarating or 5 stars or anything. I mean, he's not a Elia, he's not a Carmelo, he's not a Sami Zayn in that regard. Promo wise, he can come out with the odd nice line. Yeah, I mean, I genuinely think he is someone that you can just have on the roster, and do you know what I mean? He's just that experienced head that, I mean, we said there's people that have to take losses and he can just take losses. Is that experienced guy that can put over Jacob, Oba, Tamatonga. I mean, he's kind of that enhancement guy, but just one that we've heard of and someone that's, you know, been around. There's no evidence at this stage they see him as being more than that. So, well, we'll have to see. I mean, it's going to depend how things go for him, isn't it? I mean, if he does connect with the audience, then things can change. Just like how Chelsea connected, and she's won 2 mid-card belts, and who knows where she'll end up. She could be like a women's world champion. They might get her to that level. I know they said they don't have plans to do that, but obviously there was a bit of a backlash to those comments. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays. But at the moment, I think, I agree with you, it feels like they're certainly starting him out at that lower rung. Dida said, does the focus go to Jacob and Cody? Then Oba goes for Drew for interfering in his match. Would that be too soon? Waiting for something to come of it? Yeah, no, I think that'd be too soon. I wouldn't be expecting Oba to go after Drew. I wouldn't be expecting Oba Drew to kind of get at it. I think that, yeah, for me, way too soon. I think that when it comes to Oba, he is someone that's got big aura, but he's someone that's only just debuted officially at the Royal Rumble. So, I mean, we're only like a week and a half since he first arrived in the Rumble. And before that, I don't even know how many times he appeared on the main roster. Maybe once, Saturday night's main event. I can't remember him being on Raw or SmackDown before then. So I think for me, he's someone that, if you watched him in NXT, obviously you're going to be excited because you've seen a lot of him, but most fans, and again, when I say most fans, I'm talking about that casual majority. I'd love to see the breakdown. I'd love to see, like, you know, I'm sure WWE have that data, but like, how many people tune in? I mean, they're able to get like demo data. I'm sure they've got some idea of like how many people tune into the show, what percentage have watched, you know, every show that month, what percentage are watching their second show that month, or what percentage are tuning in for the first time that month, or, you know, I'm sure they've got like some sort of breakdown that tells them like how engaged the audience is. I mean, I couldn't even predict those percentages, but I feel very, very confident that the vast majority of people that tune in are just casual fans. The vast majority only watch Raw and SmackDown, and I'm not even convinced they watched every single week. I think that there's a lot of people that just won't know Oba. We do, because we watch all the NXTs. But, I mean, you've only got to look at the ratings to see that not everyone watches NXT. The other thing as well is look at the YouTube views as well. I mean, like, obviously all the YouTube views for the main roster are a lot higher. There's a lot of people that don't watch the shows and they just watch the YouTube highlights. So for me, Oba is someone that we need to introduce to that casual fan base globally. Someone we need to build the aura of, because, I mean, he's got aura, but again, if you've only seen him a couple of times, at the moment you're like interested, but I don't know that he's kind of like you're screaming your head off when he comes out yet. For us hardcore fans, we're in a very different boat. But for that kid, and don't forget, there's a large young audience for WWE. For that kid that does not care about NXT, right? They care about Jay. They care about Roman. They care about Cody, right? They care about Punk. They tune in for those names. They tune in for Rhea. They tune in for Bianca. Those kids that are only really interested in those top stars, they're not interested in NXT. They've only seen Oba a few times. They're going to need a bit more time to be introduced to him. They're going to need him in some feuds, see what he can do. I wouldn't be moving him straight to a title. And I wouldn't be giving him like any losses at this time. So putting him with Drew doesn't feel quite right to me at this stage. I mean, I can't say WWE aren't going to do it, because WWE constantly do things that I wouldn't do. Look at 2025. 2025 would have been very different if this community had been booking it, yeah? But, so I can't say what they're going to do, but what I can say is I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I'm very aware there's a lot of people that have not been exposed to Oba yet. I think there's real value in making people wait for stuff, and people might not like it, and you will face that argument of, well, you don't want to, miss the boat and all this kind of stuff. But the truth is, Oba is a badass. He has got great aura, and those that are interested in seeing Oba become a world champion are going to still be interested by the time we get to SummerSlam or even next year's WrestleMania. I mean, we're not saying we're going to do it 10 years down the road. We're not going to try and make people wait that long where they get bored and they wander away. But, we put him in some really good feuds. We build him up. We introduce him to the world and make sure everyone's on the same page. And what you want is you want people talking and speculating like, oh my God, could you imagine Oba against Roman? I mean, that is going to be sick when that happens. Can you imagine when we get CM Punk? Can you imagine Oba against Brock? That is going to be so good. And you want people to be having those kinds of conversations. Again, it's very difficult because we're hardcore fans and we've watched Oba for like 2 years. So we're having these conversations. We've spoke about it. But I'm just very aware that there's many, many people that have not been having that kind of conversation. And they have not been watching NXT. And so for them, they're kind of seeing Oba for the first time. I honestly see getting called up as resetting. For me, when you're in developmental, that is like one career. When you get called up, you have a brand new career. You start again. It's complete like reset. It's like really everything you did is irrelevant. Because there's just a lot of people that don't watch NXT. A lot of people. So that gap, I will say, has shrunk in recent times. I will concede that. But, I mean, you've only got to go back about a year ago, maybe a little more, but just over a year ago, when we were on Fox and SmackDown was doing 2 million, 2.2 million. That's what SmackDown was getting. About 2 million, 2.2 million on Fox. And NXT was doing about 650,000. Like, that gap was like 1.5 million people were watching SmackDown and they weren't watching NXT. There was and that was just in America. That was just America. And I would say probably America is obviously the most passionate fan base, is obviously the fan base that is most knowledgeable. They've been watching WWE for, since it began in America. So I don't think it's unfair to suggest that in America, if the gap is 1.5 million, or it was just over a year ago, that gap may be, and I have to say maybe because I don't have data, maybe wider for somewhere like India or somewhere like Australia. It could be even wider, like the amount of people that watch Raw compared to NXT. But as I said, over a year ago, 1.5 million would have been just rough ballpark, really rough, but 1.5 million tuned into SmackDown and did not tune into NXT. So as I said, things change, and obviously we're another year down the road, so maybe I have to recalibrate a little bit. But I think the truth is still there, that there is a considerable amount of people that watch the main roster that don't watch NXT. So yeah, I don't get the fire, I don't get the rush, I don't get the, oh my God, we got to do this now. It's like we really don't. I mean, he's got a 17-year career potentially. I think he's 28. So I mean, I always work to like mid-40s. So he's got a potential 17-year career ahead of him. I mean, he's going to be a multiple-time champion, but I don't see the fire. I don't see the rush. I don't know why we have to move now, or why it's like, oh my God, go, 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 go. What you want to do is you want to get more people desperate to see him be a world champion. You want to see like more people online talking about, just get that belt on him now. Why are they dragging their feet? Why is this like why have we not done this already? Like, if you can get those comments, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. When in life does it make sense to just give people stuff before they really want it? Like, what you want to do is you want people to be hungry and then go for a meal. You want people to really want Oba to be champion, like really clamoring for it. And then even then, you might just delay it that little bit longer just to really milk it. And then when you give it to them, it'll be even more satisfying. So I'd say that's kind of one of the dark arts when it comes to wrestling. Obviously, timing is very important, and it is a balance, but no, I wouldn't be moving too fast with it. Tony, hello. Hope you're well, my friends. Tony said, Daze, hope all is well. Have a great live. Yeah, Tony, doing good. I hope life's treating you well as well. We're doing all right because we're kind of out of 2025. We had an okay January. Royal Rumble disappointed. We're now kind of coming away from Rumble. And actually tonight is a very interesting night because tonight is going to be our first taste of kind of a true WrestleMania season show, because technically WrestleMania season starts at the Rumble. We had 2 shows last week on the main roster, Raw and SmackDown, and both of those were like fallout shows. So we were kind of dealing with the repercussions, if you will, of the Royal Rumble. I think we all expected last week's shows to have a little extra something to them, right? I think this is going to be a show that will just settle a little bit more. Obviously, we've already done the big CM Punk Roman segment last week. That was a big segment, very well received. We don't have that this week, of course. We will get Liv at some point making her decision. But to be honest, that doesn't feel like it's going to be as big a deal. But tonight, we should get a bit more of the Liv Raquel situation. That does feel like a big deal. So that could be interesting, actually. So tonight, we're going to get a real taste as to kind of where we are on this WrestleMania season. I just hope this show, I don't expect this show to be spectacular, but I do hope that people are going to come away from this show going, do you know what? That was really solid, actually. I actually really enjoyed that. I thought that was really good. And, you know, I'll take anything around a 7. 7 and yeah, I'll take that. That's okay. That's what I'm looking for. Anything above that, fantastic. Anything below that, well, okay. Hopefully not too much below it. And, you know, if it's just going to be all the matches are rubbish, no segment really matters, and everyone's giving it 5s at best, then, well, we've got a problem, haven't we? So be interesting to see how it goes tonight. But yeah, Tony, I hope you're well. David said, is the whole roster injured? Apollo, who was on TV? Yeah, they got Apollo Crews back, haven't they? I like seeing him, actually. To me, and I said this the other day, and again, no disrespect, he's kind of like the cockroach of WWE, right? In the sense of you just can't kill him. He's just always there. He's been on this roster now for a long time, and he keeps surviving cuts. And I don't want him to get cut. I don't want anyone to get cut. I would never call for anyone to be cut. But I don't think it's unfair to say that for someone that features as infrequently as what he does, he is the kind of name that you would imagine to be on a list at some point. And he just keeps surviving. He just keeps moving forwards. I got a lot of respect for it. Go on, I'm rooting for him. Like, go on, Apollo. So yeah, I'm not down on him featuring on TV. I'd love to see what we can do and use him for. I think I have a lot of respect for people that put that work in, put that grind in. I mean, I've got respect for Matt Cardona. I know we were talking earlier about how he's seemingly arrived at the bottom of the cards. I mean, that's just seemingly a fact, right? I'm not being nasty. I'm just saying that seems to be he's losing matches. And the last segment we saw him in, he was with Apollo and he was with Kit Wilson, right? So, but I respect the grind and the work that he's put in. And yeah, same with Apollo. Apollo's been on main event shows. He's been doing some stuff in AAA. He's constantly there, you know, ready to do whatever. I mean, he's been down in NXT. I mean, he's just kind of been everywhere except for Raw and SmackDown. And we looked at his cage match the other day, and yeah, there's large periods where he's like, you know, I don't know if he's injured or if they just don't have anything for him, but I mean, if you think about you want to be a wrestler and you get signed to WWE and you have all these dreams of, man, I'm going to work so hard, I'm going to make it. And then you end up having the career that Apollo has had. I mean, that must have had some real mental challenges on him. That's hard, isn't it? I think it's hard for a lot. I saw that Aaliyah, Aaliyah, who was in WWE, I think she was the tag champ with Raquel. She's actually selling all of her wrestling stuff. She's done with wrestling now. She got released. And she'd been in developmental for a long, long time. And she's done. She's like, if you're interested in anything in particular, hit me up. And she's just getting rid of all of her wrestling stuff. I mean, it's harsh. I mean, look at Cora Jade. Cora Jade was in the system. Look at Jasmine Nix. They were two girls that had bright futures and, ended up leaving WWE for, different reasons. And it's when you sign with WWE, you're like, this is it. I've made it. I mean, that's obviously not true. There's lots of people that lose their jobs at different stages, but yeah, mentally, I'd imagine it's really tough. I'd imagine you really do go through it. Even John Cena thought he was going to lose his job, didn't he? When he was Prototype. Rocky Maivia, the way The Rock started, Undertaker said the other day, didn't think The Rock was going to make it. It is difficult. It's hard. So I think for someone like Apollo to just keep battling, just keep working, just keep contributing, just keep moving forwards, just get out of this, whatever you can get out of this, ride the ride for as long as you can. I got a lot of respect for that. Got a lot of respect for that. So I'm wishing him all the best. David said, sloppy seconds releases after Mania, tired day. Don't know what that means. And David said, Braun broken. He can't get up. Braun broken, yeah. He's got a hernia issue, hasn't he? Braun broken. That's the headline. That is the headline. Humpty said, sometimes dreams can fizzle and you fail, and life is like that. Well, yeah, you could look at it that way. You could also look at it, though, that you achieved your dream in the sense of, Cora Jade went to a wrestling show, dreamed of being a WWE superstar, and kind of made it. I mean, she might not have made it to the main roster, but she got signed by WWE. She has those memories of being told you're in and go into NXT for the first day, going through that training, meeting the other wrestlers. I'm sure there was many nights out, working live events, having different conversations about presentation and just seeing what it's like being in the machine, doing some charity bits. There's loads of that stuff that goes on that we don't see. But I mean, yeah, apart from actually getting out of NXT and getting to the main roster, obviously they do a lot in NXT to prepare you for the main roster. So, I mean, she definitely had a taste of it. But, I mean, it is harsh, isn't it, to have that taste and to not get out of NXT. But there's no guarantee of that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the exact reasons as to why it didn't work out for her in particular. But we know there's lots of people where they just struggled to develop any further. They just seem to plateau, like they just don't seem to be able to progress anymore. It's hard, isn't it? I feel like there's a real steep learning curve with wrestling. And then, of course, you'll kind of get to a point where your progress starts leveling off. And, that's kind of probably quite different for lots of different people. I suppose you never quite know where it's going to happen for you. I mean, you keep learning and developing and growing and all that stuff, but at what rate? Because if it's going to be like that and they just don't see much progress from you anymore, then yeah, you might end up getting cut. And I suppose in a way, you never quite know when that's going to happen for you. I'd imagine everyone's trying their best. I mean, why would you not? Why would you not give everything? I mean, we've had that conversation before. If I got signed by WWE, I'd be first in, last out. I'd be thinking about it, consume my thoughts. I'd be thinking about it all the time. My presentation, is the music right? And my pose is right? Like, what sequences can I do in the matches? I need something more exciting. I'd be doing tape study, seeing what I could find. I'd be watching other wrestlers, seeing what they're doing. Yeah, I'd be all over it. And I don't think I'd be alone. I think all of you would be the same, and I'd imagine a lot of the wrestlers are the same as well. But I think there is an awkward truth, isn't there, that you do plateau at some point. I suppose you never quite know when that's going to happen for you. And then when that does happen, you've just got to, dig deeper and, work harder and try and make those little gains. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what happened with her. Perhaps she got to a point where it plateaued. WWE just didn't see that forward progress anymore, and it was end of the road. That does happen to a lot, unfortunately, in NXT. So yeah, it is sad. It's harsh. But again, this just takes us back to politicking, isn't it? If you think about it in that regard, and you think about how difficult it is being in WWE and how much work you've got to do, so much goes on behind the scenes that you'd think that they're all just lazy, but they're certainly not. And so all this work goes in. Of course, you've got to take opportunities when they come along, which just, again, I'm just going to go back to Sammy having that conversation with Triple H and say, I just don't get the issue. His whole life, his whole career has led to him hopefully getting a world title. He's now in another world title match. I think it'd be stranger if he didn't step forward and try and find a way of kind of getting over the line, I think that would be stranger to me. But I don't know. There's a lot of people online that don't really think that way. They don't really go into that level of thought. And so they just see that someone's trying to get a belt by, having a conversation, and that's it, Whatever. To each their own. Jay Horrocks said Shotzi and Gigi were the odd ones for me. That trio was getting so much love down in NXT, and then they ended up just going out the blue. Yeah. It might be that Triple H looked at it and went, I just don't have anything for that right now. I don't see how I'm going to use that. And I don't know. If that's the case, you've got to cut a couple of people. I don't know what kind of money Shotzi would have been on as well, because she had been to the main roster, hadn't she? So perhaps she was on the higher end of developmental money. And so perhaps that was, it's hard in it, because they probably call you up and go, right, you need to save 200,000, you need to save 500,000 from your budget. So then you sit down, you look at your roster and you look at what everyone's earning, and you kind of go, well, if I lose the Shotzi, that's 200,000 saved straight away. And so all of a sudden then, like, the amount that you're earning can actually be a negative against you. If Shotzi was on 70,000 or whatever, perhaps she would have stayed out of the firing line. But because she had just come down from the main roster, she was probably on the upper end of NXT money. And so then all of a sudden, do you become a bit of a target when it's time to make that budget cut and it's time to make that saving? Do you actually then become a bigger target? So, yeah, I agree. I don't really like speculating about these things, because it could be anything, couldn't it? But I suppose that's an example as to kind of how it could play when you get told you've got to save X amount, and then you've got that roster in front of you and you're like, well, blimey now, if I've got to cut 4 people that are earning 50,000 or one Shotzi. Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden then I'm saving 200,000, but do I cut these 4 prospects who haven't achieved a great deal yet, but they might? Or do I cut one Shotzi? And, sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's not anything to do with the wrestler themselves. It's just we haven't got anything for you. And as a result, if there is a budget cut, if you're on a high wage, it could be your time. So it's hard, really, really hard. So much that you've got to navigate, so much that you've got to try and battle, But, obviously then, I don't know if Shotzi couldn't turn around and go, well, listen, kind of just take a wage cut, kind of just reduce the amount that I'm earning and try and prove that I deserve to be here. And I don't know. I can't say that's what happened for her, but that's something that I know does happen. That kind of decision does have to get made. But I can't say it was that for her. Right, we got just a couple of minutes. Absolutely flown once again. So, All Game 17, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. All Game 17 say, great to be with you all again. I'm ready for Elimination Chamber and Raw tonight. Looking forward to seeing what's going to brew with Judgment Day and Charlexa. Cora is now in TNA. Missed you. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I'm glad that she has found a home. I'm glad that wrestling has not left her completely. And yeah, wish her and anyone else that finds themselves in that situation all the best. So hopefully she can find some momentum, get maybe a new character, different presentation, get a bit of as you said, momentum, and find a way, maybe back to WWE if that is her dream in the future. She's still very young. The other thing as well is injuries, isn't it? I mean, you can do your ACL a few times and maybe that affects things, and that can always also be a factor. Right. Does Punk Roman need to be a gimmick match like Hell in a Cell or a strap match, said Adam? I don't think so. I think that people are pretty excited for that match just being as it is. I always think that gimmick matches are really more if two people have faced a lot of times. It's a weird one, this, because I gotta be honest, I'm not crazy about the match. I don't hate it. I'll happily watch it, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it. But it's not one that's kind of got me crazy. I'm not like, oh my god, yeah, this is going to be insane. They haven't got me to that point. I enjoyed the promo last week. But I do think that for me, at the moment, I saw these two battling last year at WrestleMania, and I kind of had my fix. I kind of feel like that did it for me. I mean, it was a triple threat, so Seth was in it as well, but I kind of feel like that was me done, really. I was okay with that for my Roman CM Punk fix. So I am going to need something on this road to really like, oh yeah. And the promo was great. I mean, they did a great job. But there wasn't really anything there that still made me like, oh man, I need to see this. It's a match I'll watch and I'll enjoy, but it's not for me anyway. It's not dream match territory. But for many out there, it is. I can recognize that. I can see that. I see what people are saying. So no, I think it's okay just being as it is. Just being one-on-one, may the best man win. Okay, we got Michael Cole's dipped out for a second. He was just talking. There's CM Punk. Creative. AJ Lee! AJ Lee! Wow, let's go. Oh, there's Becky. Becky has spotted AJ Lee in the background. Oh, she's livid. That was a good little moment, actually. That was a good little moment. So AJ Lee is in the hat. That's good booking. That is good booking, actually. We needed something for this show. Because obviously we don't have Roman, so to actually book AJ Lee for this week is good. Becky was... oh, look at that. Raquel's got a Hot Girls Love Dominic Mysterio top on. Yeah, Becky was really animated in the background there when she just saw AJ Lee. Okay, we got Corey Graves. We have got Michael Cole. Bron Breakker. Injured whilst training is what they're claiming. Okay, Becky is coming out first. So Becky making her way down. The man has come around. Yeah, she's not happy. She's not happy. Look, holding up that belt. She's got a snarl on her face. She's storming her way down to the ring. We're opening the show with Big Time. And she's big time angry. Becky Lynch making her way down to the ring. And she has got quite the look on her face. Oh, I'm here for this. She's a really good promo. Oh, God, look at that. She's chucking the coat around. I think she probably thought that AJ Lee was done and was gone. Boos for Becky. Seething. She is seething. There's only so much disrespect that one woman can take. Who do I see? AJ Lee chants. Becky is big time peeve, said Kader. David said she's the greatest of all time. And it's not just me saying it. Sports Illustrated is saying it. Ah, oh, here's AJ. AJ making her way out. AJ comes, God, still really weird, isn't it? Seeing her back. Little wave to Becky. AJ skipping her way down to the ring. Now, we haven't seen AJ in a little while. I think Survivor Series. So it's been a little while. AJ Lee skipping around on the outside. David said it's Becky. No cheeks. Look at the outfit. Here's AJ. AJ is reading the room. She can see that Becky is annoyed. Hi. Well, I don't think Becky's going to enjoy what's about to be said because we're all expecting AJ, Becky for WrestleMania. What are you doing here? On my show. I'm not here for you. AJ said she's here for Maxine. And then I was like planning on hanging out in catering for a while, maybe. She's going to hang in catering. Okay, I get it. I get your whole thing that you do. Yeah, like you're so cute. Your cuteness and your stupid eyebrows. Your stupid eyebrows. You're like a little chihuahua. You keep barking. You're ruining my life. It is a tad dramatic. Yeah. There was that. And Survivor Series. Yeah. There was that as well. Oh, yeah, that happened as well. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah. She's probably got a point. No water, no bridge. Becky's losing it, man. Oh, here we go. No, it's got to be Wrestlemania. You know this, Becky. Sports Illustrated. Bleacher Report. Here we go. No. Yes. Here we go. Say the words. It'd have to be really special. She's not had a singles match in over a decade. So AJ says, you're one of the greatest of all time. So if I beat you, would I be better than you? We're getting there. Okay, so AJ is saying, because I've beaten you. Oh, okay. So Becky was going to say, let's go one-on-one, but she wasn't going to put the belt on the line. But AJ is saying, yes. I've beaten you twice. It's a long road, this, isn't it? It's a long road. Yes, says Connor. AJ's like, well, I'll go back to Chicago then. Okay, so she's agreed to put the belt on the line. Oh, that's a good line. Welcome to the big time. So a title match has been made. Becky seemed to be suggesting it was going to be Elimination Chamber, though. Okay, so we are doing that. I was waiting for the match to be announced for WrestleMania, but it looks like we're going to do it in Chicago, which does make sense, of course. It's where AJ Lee lives with CM Punk, so of course it makes sense. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, really thought that that was going to be the Mania match. That we were going to see AJ compete for the first time in a decade at Mania. But it's going to be Elimination Chamber. I kind of feel like that went round the houses, right? It was slow and it took time to get there, but I mean, I did not hate the journey. Some people might have felt like, come on, let's just get to it. But actually, where we've ended up is a bit different than where I thought we were going to end up. Hannah said, it seems like an interesting night. I think the Vision story is going to get messier. Hunter gets additional eyes on him for WrestleMania alterations. I think that we could get new tag champs. Okay, Hannah, thank you. Well, that looks like it's going to be our first match, actually. Usos are making their way down to the ring, so it looks like we're going to be getting the tag match first. Yeah, what did people think about that open? I think there'll be some that said it took a bit too long. I thought it was interesting, and we ended up somewhere I wasn't expecting. They'll still do that match at Mania. You know Triple H likes the repetitive matches, says Robbie. I wonder what Becky is going to do at Mania. No, I agree. I think it'll still be the same match. I think it'll just be the rematch. But the only thing is, I mean, it doesn't make it quite as special. That's the only thing. I mean, I thought we were going to do AJ Lee at WrestleMania because it was going to be her first match back. So, like, after a decade. So that's the draw, isn't it? Like, see her first match back at WrestleMania. But, I mean, when you think about it, we're in Chicago, so it does make sense to do it there as well. But how do you make the rematch bigger? I don't know. Do you need to have a stipulation in that one? Hell in a Cell. It'd be a bit harsh, wouldn't it? Bit harsh to put AJ Lee in a Hell in a Cell. Connor said, do we think Becky will win and retain the championship at the Chamber? Could go either way. She could retain by cheating and AJ get another shot at Mania, or it could be that AJ wins and then we do the rematch at Mania. To be honest, I can't see AJ losing at Mania. So I'm guessing Becky retains in Chicago and then AJ gets the rematch and the victory at Mania. I think it's time to disband the Vision, said Jay. Cut the losses. Go back to the drawing boards. Millennial said, make Becky win, and then at Mania, if AJ loses, she has to retire. AJ retirement all the way, said Millennial. Tony said, I love the yeet because of the haters. Sean said it's crazy that the Usos are coming out to Jay's entrance. Jay's just a remix. Oh, God. Jesse said, I'd like to see Becky versus Tiffany Stratton at Mania somehow, or Stephanie. Just matches that I think would be great for the big show. Billy said, Becky doesn't make sense. Becky was always take no, beep, face anyone, anytime. Now she's slurring her words and laughing hysterically out of fear, says Billy. Well, it's because she's a heel now and she's kind of, you know, before when she was a baby face, she was, you know, facing anyone at any time. Now she's all about this conspiracy against her and blah, blah, blah. Okay, the crowd want to run it back. The crowd want to run it back. They want it. Robbie said, I'm thinking Becky wins at Elimination Chamber. Okay, we're just coming back from commercial break. Would be hilarious if it was an Alpha Academy win, says Blake. In your city. Interesting that we brought the Usos out first. We're giving Alpha Academy like a proper entrance. Suppose part of the thinking is that you can do the whole yeeting thing for a good few minutes whilst we're at commercial break. And Alpha Academy can just quickly come down when we're back. Here's Alpha Academy. Millennial said, Alpha Academy are pretty fun. I've got a decent amount of expectation on this match. Foxy Light said, there seems to be much less yeeting in the crowds. But I don't know if it is the number one contender or a title match, said KCM. This is a title match, and Becky AJ is going to be a title match. Daze, surely Becky wins at Chamber by holding the ropes or something, and then rematch where at Mania? I would think so, Macca Rice. I mean, you could never be sure with Triple H and creative and whatever, but I would think... I mean, the rumor is Becky AJ at Mania. I still expect that. Jared, shout out to you, my friends. Millennial said, I know you're wearing a pink skirt right now. That is confirmed. It is Pink Skirt Monday. Okay, Otis and Akira in the ring then. Those championship belts being held up by the ref. And we're about to get underway with our first match. World Tag Team Championships on the line. I wonder if we're going to see any more of Becky and AJ, or if that's it for them tonight. Okay, Otis puts his hand out, goes to shake Jay. Shakes Jay's hand, and we're about to get underway with these two, and they're locking up. Oh, yeah. I'm not crazy about this match, but I'm not down on it. I think, for me, I just wish we'd built up Alpha Academy. Giving them one win in a number one contenders match just feels quite lazy. Like, we didn't really build them, you know? It's just like we gave them one win and now here they are going for a title. But I suppose you got to start somewhere if we're going to try and, you know, make some movement with this tag division. But then I suppose we get into the conversation of, was it right to murk the War Raiders last week? If we are now trying to build the tag division. They called him the Stamina Monster for years. Jimmy Uso is in Tozawa. Is Chop coming in the ring to the talking about. Bobster said it's going to be non-title. AJ wins the title at Mania. No, I think it's for the belt. I think it's for the belt at Elimination Chamber. They did a whole thing, didn't they, about I've beaten you twice, so I should get a title opportunity. And Becky was like, oh, okay. Whether they'll change that now, I don't know, but I'm under the impression that it is for the championship. Kind of like this new AJ Lee shirt. There's a new AJ Lee shirt, which I think is the one she was wearing. Spinning webs since 2011. That's okay. I can vibe with that and some jeans. That and some jeans looks all right. Your favorite wrestler's favorite wrestler. Okay, we've just gone to commercial break. Defcon said, how many teams would we have in a division? Like 5? Yeah, about that number, yeah. 5, 6. I mean, to be honest, I think you could get away with just having one set of tag team champs. I mean, we don't seem to be able to get both divisions firing at the same time. So, I don't know, is it not an argument that you just kind of have one set of tag champs that go between the two brands? And, you know, then you have like 4 teams on both brands and whoever's kind of looking good, the champs go over, take on those guys. I think the dream is to have 2 red hot tag divisions, but God, tell me the last time that was happening. I mean, we did well last year with SmackDown, but when that was firing. Raw definitely was not. Okay, right now we got Usos in control. Are we still at... I don't even know if I'm at commercial break right now. Tozawa over against the ropes. Ooh. Usos just doing whatever needs to be done here to keep these titles. Jay on the outside, just hitting Tozawa when the ref wasn't looking. If AJ Lee does win the Women's Intercontinental Championship against Becky, how long would she hold on to it? And would she have a great run, says Connor. Well, I don't think she would need to have a long run, personally, because I think, you know, her sights should really be a bit higher than mid-card belt. But she could kind of carry it over the summer, take on a few heels, and... maybe drop it just before SummerSlam or drop it at SummerSlam, but I'd probably have her lose it just before. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think she needs to have like a big run with it. But I would expect her to get it at some point. Okay. Shot to the midsection. The pace of this has been really slow, but then we have been at commercial break. In fact, we're still at commercial break. We're back in about 13 seconds. God, you can tell. You really can tell when you go to commercial. Jay looking to throw a shot into Tozawa, but Tozawa just punches Jay in the face. That gets the crowd fired up as we come back. And now we'll see the pace of this pick back up. DDT there by Tozawa. So DDT there by Tozawa. They're chanting for Otis to come in. We've got an interesting camera shot here as we're just on the outside of the ring, kind of circling round. It's a bit different. Look at that camera work. That camera's just gone all the way round the outside of the ring and then sort of rose up to look at Otis as the tag was made. Another... shoulder tackle, roll there by Otis. Charges into Jay. Jay goes down in the corner. Super kick to the midsection. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Jimmy going over against the ropes. Picks it. Well, okay. We did something. Corey's like, you ain't getting much style points out of that, but I don't think Otis was looking for style points. Gets caught by Otis. Bang. Slam down. 1, 2. Kick out by Jimmy. Kick out by Jimmy. Jimmy trying to get over to the corner. Yeah, Jay isn't there though. Otis charging in. Collides into Jimmy. There's Jay. Tag made. So tag has been made. Otis doesn't realise. We got the Caterpillar incoming. Here we go. Going for that Caterpillar, but here's Jay. Boy, he sort of missed with the kick a little bit. But I think he got just enough of it. Super kicked Otis whilst Otis was mid-Caterpillar. Mid-worm. And now Usos, this could be the beginning of the end. Otis against the ropes. Otis charges back, though. Double clothesline. Both the Usos go down. Otis going over, making the tag to Akira. That felt like it was going to be the beginning of the end, but Alpha Academy have found a way back into it. Missile drop kick. Akira rips the shirt. Akira against the ropes. Suicide dive. Connects into Jay, is back in the ring, going over the other side, dives onto Jimmy, back in the ring, goes over the other side, suicide dive into Jay, back in the ring again, that's 3 in a row, he's asking, shall I run it back? And he does. 4 suicide dives, throws Jimmy back in the ring, Akira climbing up. Akira is getting himself balanced and comes crashing down. Landed it on Jimmy. 1, 2. Ooh, that was really close. Blimey now. That was really close. So he sentoned right from the top. Look at that. Senton from the top, connected with it. Only got a 2 count. It felt like it was pretty much a 3, to be honest. But I could believe that Jimmy just got his shoulder up in time. That might have been Alpha Academy's opportunity, though. The door might be closed. Otis goes into the corner. Akira charges in. Super kick, down he goes. Otis trying to find a way back in. Charges over into the corner. Jimmy moves out the way. Super kick. Otis against the ropes. Jimmy, Jay, double spear. Big man goes down. They're going to try a 1D. 1D! Boom! It's done. 1, 2, 3. Do we think we could get Seth Braun at Mania 42? Yes. Yes, that is the word on the street. Let's get thoughts, shall we? Let's get scores for that. What a battle tonight. Usos survive. Otis gets in the ring, goes over to Akira, and looks like there's a lot of respect in the ring as Otis picks up Akira. Disappointment from the Alpha Academy. Daze, I'm confused. What is the Becky match? Becky AJ Intercontinental Championship at Elimination Chamber. It's better than I expected, said Trini, but still nothing to write home about. 1D! 1D! There's, wow, he's proper yeeting. He's all decked out, isn't he? He's got the shirt, he's got the shades. Byron Saxton's in the ring doing an interview. Okay. Byron. Looking like a mattress salesman. Big respect. Yeah. Respect to Tozawa and Big Daddy. That's actually not Big Daddy. He competed in the UK in the 1960s, 70s. Yeah, I can understand the mistake, though. But that is definitely not Big Daddy. He's dead. All right. Jimmy said, I need you to win. Oh, he's got a bit of blood in his mouth, isn't he? Old Jimmy Yeet. Jimmy Yeet just said to Jay Yeet, go qualify for the chamber. Go win it. Go do your thing. Yes, that is a great question. Why are you and Byron wearing the same suit? Corey's like, he got his out of a discount bin. Love it. Oh, yeah, sci-fi. It is the same suit. It is the same. Is it like the exact same? I'm just looking at a picture of it. That's great. Can you imagine them earlier today if it wasn't planned and they just sort of look at each other going, Oh, no. It's not exactly the same, said Tribal List. Oh, it's damn close. It is damn close. There's the Byron one. I don't think I've got a picture of the Corey Graves one. It looks like that. It's good though. I like the fact that Michael Cole brought that to our attention. Because honestly, I probably wouldn't have noticed. WWE Creative Humor said we are 68 nights away. Oh, we haven't done that yet. You know where we start counting down the days? We haven't got to that yet. But apparently we're 68 nights away from WrestleMania. This time, we're not going to give the biggest moment to Travis Scott. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Okay, we've just got a video package right now of what went down last week. Obviously, we know CM Punk's on this show tonight. The only thing I learned from you is what not to do. Days Roman's date has been announced before Mania. It's 5 appearances. Do we think that's good enough for a build? I don't know what you can do with the build, really. I mean, we had a great promo exchange last week. They're both baby faces. So, I mean, I don't expect them to do anything too underhand to each other. So, there's going to be more promos. There might even be a flipping can they coexist match. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out that we do Roman and CM Punk in a can they coexist tag team match. So a build for this, I think, is going to be quite tricky. To be honest, I think they've announced this because they just want you to know Roman, Punk. That's the match. Please buy tickets. Please get tickets. We need to sell more tickets for WrestleMania. So you like this, don't you? This is a good match. You like this? Why don't you buy tickets? Please buy tickets. So I think we've kind of moved quite quick. Someone we haven't moved as quick with is Liv. She, a week later, still has not decided who she's facing yet. Maybe we'll get that announcement now as she's making her way down with Dirty Dom. I'm very interested to see what she's got to say about Raquel. I'd imagine that their relationship... We saw them backstage earlier, and it seemed okay. But there is definitely an elephant in the room. Okay, Liv and Dom. Let's see how this goes. It's going to come to some point before Mania. Can they coexist, said British Invasion. Hannah said, Daze, I think Tozawa needs his flowers. The guy has worked hard for many years. Maybe even an IC title belt. It would be a shame if the similar suits is the biggest talking point tonight. Well, that's where we differ. I think if the fact that Byron and Corey are wearing a similar suit is the biggest talking point tonight, I'll take it. That is actually a dub in my book. That is better than what we got at any point on the road to WrestleMania last year. Okay, Liv in the ring with Dirty Dom. Being dumb is a married man. I really do think they need to stop this portrayal, said Mister. Oh. No. You mean because he's married in real life? Be silly. That means that no one on TV shows or films that are married can't portray someone in a relationship. What? Sonny said, I had my heart appointment today. I won't know anything until I talk to my doctor. I am getting some blood work soon. Sonny, shout out to you. I'm glad that you got your appointment done. Oh, look, and everyone's there. Look, everyone's looking. Look at them all. Look at them all in the doorway. Is he crying? Is he crying? Is AJ Styles talking about what it was like? There we go, AJ on Stephanie's podcast. I'm sure all that footage is going to be in Unreal. Rastani said Daze is wearing those shorts that Liv's got on right now. Well, I can do. Please go to my OnlyFans and file a request for such an image. I'm sure we can work something out. Daddy got to pay them bills. All I'm saying is it's not below me. Yeah. Triple A said, Days, since Cody and Jacob are in the same qualifying match, I think Drew could cost both. Sammy could win. And then we do a triple threat in the chamber. Randy wins the chamber. Cody, Randy at Mania. Okay. Here's Liv. How about Liv Jade? But I know that's not going to happen, said Sneeze. It's not the expected direction, yeah. But until she announces what she's doing, I mean, we don't know, do we? Charlotte, AJ Styles champions, 2016 Clash of Champions, said Uji. Dean said, that might not be below Days, but dressing like Logan is. Oh, yeah, I won't do that. I've got standards. Come on. I'm going to dress like Logan Paul. Okay. Liv has got a microphone. Let's see what's going to get said. Cleveland. Oh. Dirty Dom interrupts. It's a bit disrespectful. You shouldn't treat women that way. Oh, no, you should treat them this way. That's how you treat them. Look at that. Flowers, roses, chocolates. She's going to love that. You can all learn something from Daddy Dom. I'll give you your gift later. Okay. She's wearing a Hot Girls Love Dominic Mysterio shirt. Raquel was wearing one as well. They started selling them. I might have to get one. Imagine me sitting here just wearing a Hot Girls Love Dominic Mysterio shirt. Why not? Whoever I pick at Mania is going to lose their title. She gives Dom a hug. Did he forget his lines or whatever? Someone meant to interrupt. Oh, yeah? Wow, that's a botch in it. You could tell that it was all a bit awkward. I mean, you could tell that like they were someone's meant to come out. Someone's meant to come out. Liv hugged Dom. She was like, and then they stopped hugging, and they were like, Dominic went to say something, and then, God, yeah, that was so awkward. Jesus, where was you? Where was you, mate? Blimey now. I wonder what the delay was. Was it? I wonder if it was Stephanie. I wonder if she, I don't know. Do you reckon they were pressing the Stephanie theme music button and it just wouldn't play? Blimey now, WWE's turned into this watch along. That's what happens in here on this stream. We have those kind of technical difficulties. You don't expect this of a multi-billion. This company's worth 20 billion, I heard the other day. 20 billion? Guys, they're not selling Hot Girls Love Dominic Mysterio shirts. Can this company do anything right? You talk too much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. That is going to feature surely on Botchamania. Dominic, what did she say? Ooh. I don't think that I should tell you what she said. Can I just say, no one on my list is talking about how awkward it was that they were so clearly waiting for that music to interrupt. Oh, I said she's a little... I might give you my Hot Girls Love Dominic shirt, but on second glance, I don't think you qualify. I hope you pick me. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. Oh, well, Dominic gets slapped by Stephanie. Okay. Not loads to that. Go to AEW with that stanky music. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? That music sucks. I agree, this music sucks. And I don't even really care about her old music. I just think this music sucks. Okay, we're just hearing from... That was it. I mean, no decision made. It was just Stephanie coming out and... That was it. Change the music back. Not the most exciting storyline, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Mayor Pete said, give us Penta and Stephanie in a mixed tag. That was a horrible slap, said Tony. Okay, we're just hearing from all the women in this triple threat. Here's Ivy. Ivy, you lost to Maxine. Sit down. Sit down. It's over, mate. There's only one woman that can survive the Elimination Chamber and the brutality That it holds them. We're going to that match right now. Dun, 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 dun. Here's the bird lady. Dun, 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 dun. Lyra Valkyria making her way down to the ring. This could be good. Our opening match, you lot said, was good 95, by the way. We're 50 minutes into this show. Wrestlemania said, where are we? Oh, no, I wasn't. No, not in 2004. I was at it. Oh, right. No, I wasn't at that. There's a lot of those shows that I just couldn't go to because of work. But hope you had a good time. David said WWE's main fan base in the US, where the main language is English. Of course, people want to understand what is being said, says David's. Yeah, I do. That is interesting, actually, because in other promotions, if there is a different language that's spoken, then the commentators will jump in and like translate it for you. But we don't. Our commentators can't do that. They don't know. Seemingly, they don't know Spanish. I mean, whenever you tune into New Japan, they have obviously the English commentators that can translate the Japanese for you. But we have increased the amount of Spanish that's being spoken. And I do agree, like, you do sort of feel a bit disconnected when you just don't know what's being said. I obviously have no problem with people speaking Spanish on the show. I mean, that's their native tongue, and they're absolutely fine. But I don't know, to not have, like, anyone telling me what's being said, like, that's just weird. Don't think they've got that quite right at the moment. I do think it's right, though, that superstars speak in their native tongue, because I think they can express themselves a lot better. If they don't, and they have to try and speak English, then there's a lot of, like, and then trying to remember what, and the flow just isn't. I mean, look at Asuka. Asuka, when she's ranting and raving in Japanese, she can just spit fire. In English, it's obviously, she has to think about it more. It's more laboured. It doesn't hit as hard. So I think it's absolutely right. They speak in their native tongue. But yeah, WWE does need to find a way of communicating to those of us that don't know Spanish and don't know these other languages, like what is being said. Okay, we just got a WrestleMania advert. Daze, can I get you 11-inch Rhea Ripley figure? You can get an 11-inch Rhea Ripley figure on Mattel Creations. Do you collect those anymore? No. Not an 11-inch one. That must be like a new line or something. I think it is like a doll, isn't it? Besides Superstar, I've got all the Superstars through Series 16. Yeah, I think that's a new sort of line, isn't it? Oh, we looked at it the other day. It's nice. I think if you're a Rhea fan, it's worth getting, but not one I'm going to add to my collection. Okay, Ivy is making her way down. Okay, we're about to go back from commercial break. WWE World. There's the sphere. Why did he just mention that's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so? I think I missed some up there. Why don't they have the Creeds accompany Ivy when she comes out? When they wrestle, said Shining Wizard. Well, I suppose for this it's a triple threat and they just want to keep it the focus on the three women. To be honest, if she didn't come out whenever they wrestled, she might struggle to make it on the show. She doesn't get used that often, but then saying that, neither do they. Defcon said there was a Nitro where they put funny subtitles on. My costume comes from my favourite cartoon, so I dress as Skeletor, Power of Grayskull. Oh, hang on. There was a Nitro where they put funny subtitles, and it said, my costume comes from my favourite cartoon, so I dress up as Skeletor, the Power of Grayskull. Okay, got you. I didn't see the connection between those two things. I misread it. Got you. Okay, Rhea making her way down. Connor said, who do we think is going to turn first, Rhea or Io? Do we think that Rhea turns on Io first or Io turns on Rhea? I think there's a lot of teams at the moment. I don't know that all of them are going to turn on each other. So it could be that one turns on the other, or it could be that they just get pulled in different directions. I think if you look at like Sol Ruka and Zarya, if you look at potentially Bayley, Lyra, certainly Charlotte and Alexa, certainly Asuka and Kairi, like it feels like there's a lot of teams that are going to split apart. I don't know that Rhea and Io are necessarily going to go down that same road. I don't know that you split all these teams by having them, like, all the partners turn on each other. Certainly when they're both baby faces, and I don't think they're looking to turn Rhea because she is a massive star shifting a load of merch. But then do you want to turn Io? People love Io with that emote and all of that stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't say I'm convinced that they're going to turn either of them. It might just be that they just get pulled apart in different directions. Defcon said it was a La Parka promo. Oh, right. Got you. Okay, Ivy goes over into the corner. We are underway with match number 2. Ivy going hard into the corner. Lyra is in. Nice. 1, 2. Kick out. Duck underneath over the other side. Leapfrog there by Rio. Nice cartwheel. As she managed to avoid being tripped there, but Rhea and Lyra in the middle of the ring. Now Ivy comes in. We've got the triple German spot. The low-key legend has got to be the worst nickname in the history of the sport, said Millennial. Imagine if Ivy won this, said Poppy Crocs. Shot coming in there by Rhea. Okay, Ivy going into the edge of the ring. Ivy goes down. Lyra goes through the ropes. Rhea goes over. Okay, that's just going to take us to commercial break. So, not much from the start of this match. We're just kind of getting going. Ivy and Jordan might be a good muscle tag team, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Yeah, I can see them together. It's definitely an option, isn't it? So, kick out there by Ivy. So, Lyra and Ivy are in the ring. We're almost done with that first hour. Knees coming into the midsection. And nice cartwheel by Lyra. She sweeps the legs there of Ivy. Drop kick there by Lyra. Ivy down. Looking for a suplex. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I think Ivy's underrated, said Poppy Crocs. I would be super unexpected if she won. Okay, Rhea grabbing the legs there of Ivy, pulling her out the ring, chucking her into the commentary table. Lyra against the ropes. Goes through the ropes to the outside. Super kick there by Rhea. Rhea getting back in the ring. Bang. Looking for a clothesline, no joy. Looking for a... No. Dragon... I don't know what we're going for here. No, inverted Boston Crab. Into like a cradle. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Don't see that very often. Right. Oh, lovely suplex there by Ivy. Blimey now. Going for a cover. 2. No joy. Yeah, Lyra. The way Lyra's selling, I think she's actually hurt. The way that she's sort of like, the look on her face and the way she's grabbing her head, I think that actually did like dump her on her head. Ivy going back over to Lyra. Lyra in the middle of the ring. Looking for a clothesline. Ivy over the other side. Oh, lovely. 1. Ivy going for the pin, but Lyra kicks out. Is this during commercial break? Because this is really good. Yeah. My God. You know, like how a match slows down during commercial break? No, that's not happened here at all. They've sped up. Rhea is going up. Lyra into the corner. Rhea crashes down. It's been a few brutal suplexes. Gut-wrench powerbomb as well by Ivy Nile during that commercial break. Right now, Ivy is with Rhea in the corner. Lyra's gone to the outsides. We're seeing that Wrestlemania logo in the background. Headbutt there by Rhea. Ivy is upside down at the moment. Ooh, stomp there by Lyra. Shots coming in by Lyra. She's unloading. Looking for a suplex. Bang, gets it. Okay, all the women are down. Daze, if CW, you've got to imagine you're breathing down Nielsen's neck. Remember, they were frustrated. You can't inflate wrestling shows by 200,000 and claim they're being accurate but exclude NXT. Yeah, it's just a mess. As I said, when it comes to the ratings, I'm just sort of like... I think what I'm going to do is just leave it a few weeks. Just see where we are with it and just treat each show against itself. So let's see how SmackDown does this week and then see how it does next week and the week after and just compare it to itself because the whole thing just seems a mess. I can't imagine anyone's happy with this. I'd imagine those that are benefiting and getting better ratings are happy, but it's just what a mess. Kick out by Rhea. She's working on the arm of Lyra. Dave, Stone Cold will be at WWE World. Oh, that's what I missed. Thank you. I felt like I'd really missed something there. Some sort of announcement. Kick out by Rhea. Rhea trying to get Lyra up on her shoulders. No joy. I bet that's going to be expensive to go and see Stone Cold's. Ivy is... No, that didn't go well at all, did it? Okay, shot coming in there by Rhea. So Ivy tried to do a crossbody off the top, but don't know. I mean, it all looked a bit... Oh my God! Ivy just does a snap German, and I don't think she looked behind when she did it because Lyra was right there. She just hurled Rhea into not in a like I'm gonna do this on purpose type way, in a oh my God, don't do that type way. Couple of moments in this match really. This is where a match can absolutely fall apart now. This is where all three of these need to get back onto the same page and not allow this thing to just fall apart. If you have a couple of moments like that, it's where, take your time, I think that was... It looked too contrived as well. Crowd did not react to that. Kick coming in. Kick there by Ivy. Yeah, the crowd have died on this. DDT. One. Oh. Oof. Okay, Dragon Sleeper. Let's see if we can get this back on track, man, because we have really gone off the rails on this thing. Rhea's back in. Rhea's back in. Is she going to go for a Riptide? She's looking for a Riptide. Ivy reverses. Knees to the back. Ivy is pointing over at Lyra. Charges in. Lyra ducks down. Ivy goes over. Lyra rolls through, trying to get up to her feet. She's going to look to put Ivy away. Drives her down. Lyra, 1, 2, and Rhea makes the save. Rhea is grabbing Lyra. She's looking for a Riptide. This could be the end. There's the Riptide, and this will probably do it. Rhea Ripley gets the win in a match that really fell off the tracks. But didn't stick around too much longer after that. Sign in the crowd said push Luca Crucifino. It must be Luca Crucifino who's holding it up. I like Luca. I haven't seen him in ages, actually. He was in Evolve. Okay, let's get the scores in for that one. Rhea gets the win. That match went from good to train wreck, says Jennifer. Honestly, I think Ivy played a big part in that going to a train wreck, and I think that there's probably a bit of ring rust on display. Okay, win for Rhea. That's certainly appreciated by the fans. Daze, I think WWE is going to have some serious conversations about doing more house shows. The TV matches have been sloppy. Well, I know Cody made a mention of it. He thinks that they should increase those live events. Oh, there's Finn. JD will be back soon. You can get the tag titles, Dom says to Finn. On the screen, it says Randy Dom. Is that where... Could we do that at Mania? Finn says, I thought we were supposed to be family. I'm tired of being an afterthought. Probably doesn't mean anything, but Randy Dom on the screen in the background is... It's worth a mention, isn't it? It's worth a mention. CM Punk gonna come out and say a few words next. Brony said, I'm sick of the segments each week. There's no storyline progression. If we don't get Dom Finn at Mania, then maybe we need to move this along, says WrestleRants. I don't know where we're going, honestly. I mean, I think Punk Finn at... I think Punk versus Finn makes a lot of sense for Elimination Chamber. It just said Randy Dom on the screen for Elimination Chamber. Whether that's... I don't know, man. He's got to defend that IC belt at some point, hasn't he? Okay, we got Javon. Young OG was about 40% last week. Javon said, we're going to have a good time tonight. Javon says, I could tell you who my mystery partner is tonight, but I want your energy to be high when they come out later. I don't think it's going to be anything that special. We haven't made a big deal about it. Jack said, Daze, love the streams. Jack, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words, buds. Yeah, it's been all right. I mean, honestly, that first hour, 10 minutes, it's gone by pretty quick. Okay, so we're going back. How much longer does Triple H think we can drag this Judgment Day shiz? We've not done Liv Roxy or Liv Raquel, Dom, Finn. What are we doing? Said WrestleRants. Daze, who do we think is winning the men's elimination chamber? Well, the favourites have got to be either Cody or Jacob, because the winner seemingly is going to go on to face Drew. And, I mean, the rumour for WrestleMania is that it's Drew, Cody, with Jacob potentially being added. There's no word of anyone other than that. So, yeah, it has to be one of those. Obviously, if Sammy wins the qualifier and Jacob and Cody are eliminated, that takes us down a very interesting road. A very interesting road. Then I will wonder if someone gets attacked backstage. Does Cody replace one of them on the day of the show? Don't know. I mean, it's the rumor is Drew versus Cody with Jacob potentially being added. So how can we have anyone else win the chamber? Oh, here's Finn Balor. Finn Balor's got in the ring. Balor is in the ring. We were just about to bring out CM Punk. So Balor's in the ring. CM Punk's hurt, and I know he's hurt because I hurt him. Finn Balor brings up the fact that that top rope broke when he was the Demon all those years ago. I'm done being pushed around. Yeah, I love seeing Balor in this spot, man. You beat me on my home turf. Now I'm going to beat you on yours. Okay, Adam Pearce has come out. So Balor wants Punk at Chamber. So Adam Pearce said it's too late. What does he mean it's too late? We're 2 months away from the flipping WrestleMania. What's he on about? Adam Pearce said, my men will escort you away if you don't get out the ring, but CM Punk's not having it. Punk making his way down. CM Punk. He's, love that jacket. That jacket available now to purchase, I believe, at WWE Shop. Punk looking to get in the ring. Balor jumps out, goes over to the commentary table. Okay, Punk grabs the microphone. Can you hear him? Here we go. A Punk promo. This is going to deliver. You're not an afterthought. You're the first thought. See what happens when you step into this ring. How about you grow a pair? This is good. Put the title on the line. Put the title on the line, says Balor. I mean, it's going to happen. We all know it's going to happen. We all know that it's going that way. Cleveland would love to see you try. Let's go right here, right now. Of course, that's not going to go down that way. He's already said you beat me in my hometown. I'm going to beat you in yours. CM Punk. Yeah, I like the energy to this. It's good. I forgot Adam Pearce was here. Adam Pearce is like, absolutely not. I am here, you know. Pearce. I'm the champ. So CM Punk desperate to get his hands on Finn Balor. He says to Adam Pearce, make the match. Make the match. Okay, it's been made. It's official. We finally got there. I like the energy. I like the pace of it, but we all knew it was going that way anyway. Finn Balor is being led away, so there seemingly won't be any brawl. CM Punk chants are breaking out. Punk might have a bit more to say. Punk's still in the ring, and he's still got that microphone. If you've got... Yeah, we're going to carry on. If you've got a question, I'm sure Cleveland would love to hear it. What are you doing? That's the question. What are you doing? We're still like over 2 months away from WrestleMania. I don't understand. I'm being the fighting champion these people deserve to see. Daze, I need that OnlyFans. Benny, I'll send you the link. Brony said, I still think there's a good chance that Balor could turn face soon. Feels like they only turned him heel because they know Punk needed a feud for the Chamber with Roman not being around, says Brony. I'll fight anyone, anywhere, anytime, says Punk. Without risk, there's no rewards. He's doing it for the fans, guys. He's doing it for the fans. This is a bit of a rah-rah speech, isn't it? Okay, Roman Reigns gets mentioned. You say you hate me? I don't believe that. There's one way that WrestleMania ends, and it's my hand being raised. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Yeah. Okay. It's clear that Pierce hates Finn at Mania and will say any excuse. If he says it's too late to have a match at Mania, then it's too late, and that's the bottom line, said Benny. Okay, Adam Pearce is backstage. Here's Heyman. I thought you was just a schmuck mid-level manager. But you're more savvy than I gave you credit for. Oh, they're blaming Adam Pearce for the Braun Breaker. That's good. You pushed him. He went home and lifted more weight than any human should ever try and lift. Let's concentrate on the Chamber. So we know that there's the qualifying match for the Chamber. Adam Pearce says, don't get involved. To Heyman, telling him it's a threat. Huh? Bronson? What? Bronson said he's not your problem. He's my problem now. So what? Bronson is now setting his sights on Adam Pearce. Okay. That's depressing for Cleveland, said it is. Logan is the biggest star to ever come out of Cleveland. According to Logan. There is the low-key legend. So, Natty making her way down. Is this new music for her? Or has she had this before? Okay, it is. Well, it's new presentation. It is the Natty name. This ain't going to be worth it if she loses to Maxine, though, is it? I mean, you've got all these graphics, low-key legend, Natty, and this new presentation, and I don't know, are you about to have a lose to Maxine? Well, let's find out. They're trying to make her Ronda, said Notorious. This is going to be a 5-star match, said Dots Luchalala. Metal Mama said if she flipping loses... Tony said, what does FAFO mean? Flip around. Find out. Low-key legend time. They need her to face a no-one jobber like in the 80s, says Neil. I love this. Please don't ruin it, says Metal Mama. If she loses to Maxine, I will laugh out loud, said Alex. She already tapped out to her in a little vignette video thing. So we have already had that. I mean, I'm thinking Natty wins this, but it's going to be shenanigans. She's probably going to be on the verge of losing and then steal the victory type thing, you know? Okay, we're just seeing the AJ interview with Stephanie. We got about an hour left in this show. Okay. Natty has bodyguards when she was doing AAA, said Edwards. The AJ Styles podcast clip. Yeah, that's what we've got right now. I do feel like this has been a pretty story-driven episode. I think there's been a lot of story in here. But, I don't know. I don't know how people are feeling about it. It'll be interesting when we get to the opinions video later. Jay said, I've never seen the chat behind Natty. In fairness, she should win here, given that they've just repackaged her. Well, I think the reason why people are behind is because this is the refresh that we've long been waiting for. And I think, you know, no disrespect to Maxine, but I think also people can see that there are still limitations there. And it's quite clear, though, that WWE have decided now is the time to pull the trigger, right, on Maxine. And, you know, we gave her the Intercontinental Championship. So you sort of look at this and go, yeah, they could absolutely give Maxine the win here. Okay, Maxine making her way down, looking in the ring to this. I mean, honestly, this match could be okay. If anyone is going to bring out the best in Maxine and be able to showcase what Maxine can do, it's going to be the woman that's been training her. It's going to be the woman that knows her strengths, her weaknesses. You know, they're going to have worked on a few things. I think this could be an okay match. Corey says Maxine has improved greatly over the last several years. I agree with that. Okay, here we go. Maxine against Natalia. Natty picks up Maxine. Maxine goes straight for the ankle lock. Maxine goes over against the ropes. Big shot there by Natty. Maxine goes down. Maxine is this is the woman she always aspired to be. Kick there by Maxine. Natty rolls out the ring. Natty is on the outside. We got another ankle lock being applied by Maxine. Natty kicks Maxine into the ring steps. Natty with Maxine hurling her into the... That was hard. That looked good. Into the ring post. Maxine then gets thrown over into the commentary table. Are they... maybe we're not even going to get like a match. I mean, perhaps they're just going to count them out. I mean, right now, Natty is stripping the commentary table. 6. Face first, Maxine planted onto the commentary table. Natty is on top of 8. Yeah, they ain't going to make it. 9. 10. Well, there we go. I mean, it's a double count out. There is no result. Shot coming in there by Natty. We've got Natty looking for a sharpshooter on the commentary table. Turns her over, gets it in. And there we go, Natty. Well, I mean, they didn't give her the loss. Here's AJ. AJ's coming down. AJ making her way down to the ring. And Natty just walks away. Okay. They really want this to work, said Shining Wizards. I mean, they are giving her everything, aren't they? They've given her the Intercontinental Championship. Now they're giving her AJ Lee as like a best friend. I mean, it is true. They couldn't do much more to try and get Maxine over with the fans. Okay. Maxine is hobbling away to the back. Is Natty going to attack from behind? No, it's Becky. Becky attacks. Becky attacks AJ. AJ goes into Natty and Becky against Maxine and AJ. Are we getting that at some point, do you reckon? Becky attacks AJ from behind. Doesn't do much. Just pushes her into the ring posts. Here's LA Knight. Little, I see the vision. Okay, so we're just hearing from LA Knight.
Bron Breakker took himself out. As far as I'm concerned, he got off easy, says LA Knight. I'm going to take everything away from you because you tried to take everything away from me. Okay, so we just got a bit of a promotion for our main event tonight. Triple threat match. Austin Theory of the Vision taking on LA Knight, who's got big problems with the Vision, and Penta, one of those making it through to Elimination Chamber. Here comes El Grande. El Grande making his way out. I don't know what this is. Is this El Grande? It's the tag match, is it? Is it Rayo and Bravo? I don't have high hopes for who this mystery person's going to be. They've not made a big deal out of it. That makes me think it's probably just going to be like someone from Backstage. I'm sure the OG El Grande is going to make his presence felt. Pete Dunne's looking so hilarious to me, said Alex. This mask is a disgrace, said TJF. Defcon said the new Los Americanos storyline reminds me of the old machines, like Super Machine gimmick from like 40 years ago. V85 said, to be fair, Maxine's outfit was tight enough that you could see her talent. Robbie said, I'd love for it to be Leon, but I doubt it. Oh yeah, that would be fun, actually. I didn't even think about that. If it was Leon Slater. Yeah, that would be fun. A tax cheat, a con artist, a convicted felon walk into a bar. The bartender says, here by yourself, Mr. President, said British Invasion. British Invasion, we stay away from politics, but it serves no purpose. Restaurant said, Daze, they've really put the company behind Maxine. They're not sparing no expense or top talent to aid her. No. I don't quite understand, but they must be seeing something that we have yet to see. I mean, I believe she's hardworking and a nice person, and maybe that's enough. Perhaps they believe that it's worth investing in. Okay, I think we're at commercial break, and right now we're just hearing from Los Americanos. Can't we trade Maxine for Kendall? Oh, Kendall. She's so good. She's got a bright future, man. She's got a bright future. Okay, we are just hearing from Los Americanos right now. Cleveland, you people have no respect. Of all of the times. This dude's from Dudley. He's going to give a lesson in real Mexican culture. I'm quite excited to find out who this is going to be, you know. This sucks, said Tracy. Okay, there we go. So a few words being spoken by Los Americanos. And we're about to find out who the partner is of Javon. We're at the Rocket Arena. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, boy, is bouncy. Okay, here comes Javon. Yeah, this would be good if it's Leon, I agree. I don't know what kind of reaction Leon would get, though. A lot of people obviously don't watch TNA. The young OG. Ellis Stubbs said, last thing on Maxine, how in the hell do we expect a crowd to engage with a heat angle when there's no support for Maxine for Natty to counter in the first place? I think they're just... Oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's the original El Grande. Perhaps I just know a bit too much because in AAA, this guy is a heel. So that didn't make sense, him partnering with Javon, but that's in AAA. Perhaps on WWE, we haven't really dug into that yet. I expected the original El Grande to get involved in the match, but I didn't expect him to be the partner. Okay. Well, there we go. It's OG Americano. This is crazy. In Mexico, OG El Grande is the heel. El Grande is the face. Here on Raw, we're trying to do it the other way around. There's every chance, though, that OG El Grande betrays Javon, maybe. Yeah, actually, Corey Graves is making that point. He's making the point how there's a real difference north and south of that Mexican border. Okay. Well, there we go. We are underway. I don't know how people are feeling about this. Daze, whatever happened to Ludwig Kaiser? Not seen him in a while. I thought he had some serious potential. I'm expecting him to pop up in Evolve, to be honest. Not seen him in a while. That's normally not a good sign. Oh, nice takeover there by Javon. You've always got to pay attention to Javon. Smile on his face. He looked over at El Grande. I thought he was going to tag him in. He just went... just gave a thumbs up. You're right, mate. Javon using that bottom rope back slap tag there by El Grande. Oh, Javon tripped over, pulled out the ring. Is not the legal man, though. Mackenzie said the OGS is the tag name. Oh, the OGs. Got you. Makes sense. The OGs. Ryo, bravo. Nice. That was pretty good. I like that. Double clothesline off the top by the OG El Grande. Right now, Javon and OG El Grande. I mean, actually, if you think like Chad Gable and Javon as a team is pretty exciting. It's just a weird way to present it. Right. Daze, will you let me know when this El Grande match is over so that I can turn Raw back on again? El Grande is just stupid, said Johnny. AAA wasn't happy with the OG Americano, said Edward. This is like a fever dream, said Jennifer. It is. I feel like there's been quite a bit on this show that's felt like a fever dream, actually. And it all started when Byron and Corey were wearing the same suit. That is the exact moment where this show just started to get a bit strange. And you're like, oh, that's weird. And then since then, there's been quite a few moments. So Javon just getting pulled into the ring post there by Los Americanos. OG El Grande trying to get the crowd going. I'm so confused, said Metal Mama. As a AAA viewer, do I boo or do I cheer? I think you have to do both. I think you have to beer. It's beer. Booing and cheering results in beer. I think you have to drink. That's it. Right now, we've got Javon down. Why do people like El Grande? It's stupid, said Johnny. Well, to be honest, I think people were struggling a little bit with it at first. But in Mexico, it's really caught on. Like, they really love it in AAA. I think part of it, is that Chad's a really great wrestler. So, he can really perform in the ring. And so I think there was a little bit of success that came out of that. But when he got injured and we brought in Ludwig's like really quite poised and dignified. I find the way that he stands and like looks and the way he carries himself, plus the fact that he can wrestle as well. I mean, he can work really well. And he can speak Spanish as well. So there's like, he carries himself with dignity. He's not like, when he comes out, he doesn't like treat this as a joke. He treats this as a real dignified, prestigious gimmick. He really carries it like really well. And then when the bell rings, he can work and he can speak Spanish. And it's just landed in AAA. They've took to it. They really enjoy it. And I think some of that appreciation has maybe kind of bled over into America, but it's not shared by everyone. And, the addition of Ryo and Bravo, that's obviously divided opinion because we know it's Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate. I think when it comes to that, you're either in on the joke or you're on the outside going, I don't know what this is. Now we've got the OG El Grande back, and it definitely feels like we're going to do El Grande. Again, some people are with it, some people aren't. I think I'm indifferent to it because I've watched AAA and I've seen that it's worked there, and I suppose I feel like it's gone down roads it was never supposed to go down. I feel like we're doing stuff with it that we were never intended to do, but we've just kind of gone with it, and this is where we've kind of ended up, really. So, German suplex, but nasty landing for Ryo. Right now, Bravo trying to help Ryo. Now we're going to do... We had that spot earlier. Triple German suplex. We had that in the women's Elimination Chamber match. So right now, it's OG El Grande in there with Los Americanos. Ankle lock. Corey says that he must be a big fan of Maxine as he's got that ankle lock in. Big crossbody there by the young OG. Young OG doing young OG things. Boom. Yeah, Javon, all kinds of fired up. Shot coming in by Javon. Bravo goes down. Ryo with a headbutt. Young OG feels that. He goes down. Kick coming in there by El Grande. El Grande climbing up. We've got Ryo down. Bravo down. Now we've got El Grande. The Ludwig flavor getting involved. Now we've got Bravo going up. This might be a little bit of a shimmy there by Bravo. Oh, wow! Wow, that's amazing. I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't expecting that. Wow, a cutter, a OG cutter out of nowhere. That was brilliant. That was straight out of like the Randy Orton playbook, wasn't it? That was brilliant. Gods. Oh my gods. Wow, this was worth it just for that, honestly. I mean, that was a brilliant moment. That's like moment of the night. They're going to show the replay of it. Look at this. Mid-air. I love how they've slowed it down. Look at it. Look at it. That is so damn good. That is so damn good. To jump in the air and have to try and like grab someone mid-air and bring them down. Like, God, so much of that can go wrong. Brilliant. Yeah, they want to do a replay. Look at the slow-mo, man. Look at it. Mid-air. It's like when a plane refills mid-air and, like, you know, they have to get that funnel and everything to connect to refuel the plane. And it's all, like, really impressive. It's exactly like that. Okay, right now we've got the new El Grande attacking the old El Grande. And now we've got OG El Grande clotheslining the new El Grande. We've got a lot of El Grande stuff going on. He's looking around to pull the mask off, but no joy. Okay. He almost got off Ludwig's mask. Or that person's mask. Okay, so get your scores in for that match. Okay, we've gone back to another. Jay is going to be on Cody's podcast. That's available now. Miz is going to be talking to The Undertaker. AJ, obviously, with Stephanie. Logan is got the Bellas on his show. And Natty is going to be on the Raw recap. Corey said his mind was blown by what we just saw. So, SmackDown on Sci-Fi this week. That's going to really affect the rating, of course. It always does. Corey Graves is our favorite commentator sign. Okay, so now we're hearing from Penta. We've heard from the others. Daze, if somehow they put Finn in the Punk Roman match at Mania, would that annoy you, them ruining a dream match? No, to be honest with you, I mean, it's not a massive dream match for me, as I've said. Like, I feel like I had this match last year. So, for me, like, I'm not as hyped for CM Punk Roman as other people. I get that there are a lot of people that are excited for it. But, and I certainly wouldn't add Finn to it, because I think all you're doing then is another triple threat, just like we did last year. So, I wouldn't go that way. But, don't know, it's not like a massive dream match for me. In AAA, the original is booed and Ludwig is cheered. Ludwig is booed and the original is cheered here, said Armando. Penta is mid, said Lone Star Friends. Philip said, Daze, I agree, we had it last year. I think we could do Punk Cody this year. Well, I mean, look, I know that people are very excited for it. I am not going to sit here and say that, you know, it's not the right match or anything like that. There's people very excited online, and I'm not down on it. It's not like I'm dreading it or anything like this. But, you know, if it's one of those that if the match got changed to something else, depending on what it is, I think I'd be fine with that as well, yeah. It's nowhere near Roman Rock level for me. I mean, if you want to talk dream match, that's dream match. Roman Rock, that's what I'm waiting for. And obviously we're not going to get that this year. But will we get it next year? We know that the Saudis are certainly interested in spending the money to try and make that happen. Okay, we've got Lyra just being interviewed right now. Lyra and Bailey. We don't give up. We pick ourselves up. All right, so it's going to be Bailey versus Natty versus Asuka next week. Bailey's talking about the fact that she was not at WrestleMania last year. Doesn't quite make sense, to be honest. She said she's going to redeem herself for them because we belong on the biggest stage. But I mean, how does Bailey winning the chamber help Lyra? I don't know what someone just said. Someone shouted something and Bailey was like, who just said that? I heard you. I don't know what. Maybe someone went, you suck. Do you hear that, kid? It must have been a kid. Lyra's like, do you hear that, kid? I hope that I never heard what was said, but I'd love it if the audio did pick up whatever that kid said. I don't know what that kid said, but certainly Bailey and Lyra heard it. So there we go. Little bit of a promo. We found out that there's going to be a match next week. It's going to be Bailey. It's going to be Natty. And it's going to be Asuka. But the big question is, what did the kid say? That's the big question. That's my question. Do we think Bailey is overrated or underrated? Well, I think Bailey just needs to... I don't know if she's overrated or underrated. I don't know how people rate her, but I certainly think she's underutilized. I don't know that she's got the right character right now. She seems very lost to me. A lot of it comes down to presentation, doesn't it? I mean, when she was in NXT doing the hugger, that was great. And then I think when she came up, she realized that that was not going to quite work for her. And so she changed and obviously, you know, turned heel, had that sort of bob haircut. She had a great run. I mean, for me, she was maybe the MVP along with Drew during the Performance Center era, the pandemic era, 2020. I mean, she was fantastic. But I don't know, man. She came back with Damage Control. That was obviously interesting. I don't think it really worked, but it was interesting when it first launched. I can't really say anything we've done with her after that has really set the world on fire. She seems lost to me. I don't think it's about being underrated or overrated. I just think the presentation's not right. Hopefully, they've got a plan. Big E said the young OG is such a special talent, a joy to watch. Change is inevitable. If you do not adapt, you will perish. Just a few words from Oba Femi, a little video on Oba. Metal Mama said she's undervalued. She's great in every role. She sells it. She makes it her own. But they change her character so flipping much. Every time it locks in, we just get a new one. Here's Gunther. He's laughing his head off. You want to ask me about Dragon? I can't care less. My WrestleMania should have been cemented when I dragged Goldberg behind the barn. Gunther said he's going to leave WrestleMania as champion. I'm just trying to read and find out what the kid said, but no one seems to know. There's just a few people going, what did that kid say? Does anyone know what the kid said? So if anyone finds out what the kid said, let us know. There was some kid that said something, and it seemed to bug Bailey and Lyra. Okay, there's the graphic. Asuka, Bailey, Natty next week. AJ Lee is going to be live next week as well. AJ Lee on the show. Okay, we got half an hour left. I think we've just got a main event left to go now. Bailey's a terrific wrestler, said Ellis Dub, who adds a lot. Her current form is earned and organic, only made available through her experience. I like her in a steady gatekeeper role, said Ellis Dub. That Elimination Chamber match next week isn't fair, said Sally. Actually, quite a few of these have seemed relatively competitive. Let's get rid of our poll for that El Grande Javon Los Americanos match. You lot enjoyed it. I'm guessing that's Cutter doing quite a bit of lifting. Without that, I would imagine it probably would have come out as being just goods. But great 56 is what you scored it. We certainly have struggled with that in-ring tonight. Penta, Theory, LA Knight. There's maybe a good chance, you know, that this show is suffering a little bit from the fact that we probably had some stuff planned with Bron Breakker that we now cannot do. So, you know, we're probably suffering a bit from that. Dominic, Javon, Gunther next week in a qualifier. So, Dominic, Gunther, Javon. Obviously, we know about Bailey, Asuka, and Natty. And AJ Lee also around next week. Okay, Penta has made his way down to the ring. Gunther said he's going to walk out of WrestleMania the new WWE champion. And honestly, perhaps he should be in that match. Perhaps he should be taking on Cody. He is a monster heel. Or maybe you really make Drew a babyface and do Drew Gunther, but Drew being the babyface. We've got a 2K commercial right now, said Metal Mama. Oh. We're just watching Penta in the ring taking his jacket off. Daze, I assume Gunther is going to beat Javon and Dominic in the qualifier. Do we think he'll lose at the Chamber? If he does, it'll be down to him as they are making him very high. It will be down to it. Well, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I think that's going to be quite difficult, isn't it? I don't know that he would lose in the Chamber, or if it would be a case that someone interferes and or he gets kind of attacked by someone before, or do you remember when wasn't it Bobby got attacked? Was it by Brock? And ended up having to get like carried out of the chamber. He never got beaten. I wonder if we'd have to do something like that for Gunther, because I agree. I mean, we don't want to see him getting pinned. I don't think he's winning it, because if he wins the chamber, and he probably should win the chamber. I mean, if we're being logical, this is the guy that retired AJ and Cena. He probably should win the chamber and go on to WrestleMania to compete for the title. But there's no rumors of that happening, so... Yeah, I mean, does he get attacked during the qualifier, which then sets up his feuds? Well, you know, I wouldn't be against... You know, I think you could put Javon in the chamber, and that could be quite interesting. Javon could do some really impressive stuff in that chamber. So perhaps Gunther doesn't get pinned, doesn't win the match, doesn't kind of lose either. And actually the person that attacks him kind of sets up the feud. So perhaps he doesn't even make it to the chamber. But I got to think he's the favourite. He's the biggest name in the qualifier. You could go Dominic, though, couldn't you? I mean, Dominic wouldn't look out of place in there. I mean, it's going to be a good match. Maybe the Masked Man takes out Gunther, says Brendan. Well, that would be a change of direction, wouldn't it? It seems like the Masked Man's got an issue with the vision, but yeah, I mean, maybe we see the Masked Man tonight, because the Masked Man could certainly cost Theory tonight. These guys making their way down. Penta in the ring. Theory has made his way down. We just got LA Knight to come. This, of course, is our main event of the evening. I think Bailey Humphries is going to retire Bailey in her debut match. This is the worst wrestler Heyman's ever managed, said Humpty. He can't take out Theory if the Masked Man is Theory, says Tony. That's true. But it might not be Theory, of course. Plus also, if you're Theory, it might not be a bad idea to have someone take you out. That way you definitely get ruled out of being the masked person. That would be a little bit 4D chess, but I don't think he'd want to do that, because that, of course, would cost him. You wouldn't want to do it in a match of this magnitude, would you? If you're going to lose the match, just lose a random Raw match that doesn't matter. But if I was the masked person that took out Braun, what would stop me hiring someone and getting them to attack me just so I could throw everyone off the scent? It can't be me. I mean, it can't. I couldn't have attacked Braun because that same masked person attacked me. But you are right. I don't think you'd want to do that here. This is too important. Ellis Dub said, I just threw up in my mouth at the sight of this unseasoned, mildly cooked chicken stew named Austin Theory. Ooh. I thought Theory was doing a bit of a Jinder tribute, because he had one of those sort of scarves on. And that was the kind of scarf that you would see Jinder wearing. It felt like a Mahal tribute. Just reading some of the signs. Lots of signs for LA Knight. Lots of support for LA Knight in the crowds. Becky has tweeted 1 minute ago. This is breaking news. 1 minute ago. AJ Lee has been and always will be an absolute joke. At Elimination Chamber, I will eliminate her from her fans. I will eliminate her from the WWE. And most importantly, I will eliminate her from my life. There we go. Breaking news. Literally dropped 1 minute ago. That is... I'm going to say a Wrestling Daze exclusive. Okay, we are underway with this main event. As Theory gets knocked to the outside roll up there by LA Knights. The fact that the Vision and Braun are constantly mocked online speaks volumes, says Robbie. Grogvlog said, I think the Masked Man will appear again during this match. William said, what moron is going to pay someone to beat them up? Just pick a fight and don't fight back. Just pick a fight and don't fight back. Don't know what you mean. If we're talking about the masked person, if it is Theory, I think that would be a way of just getting the spotlight off of Theory by him hiring someone to attack him so that he can say, well, it can't be me, look. I'm also having trouble with that masked person. Maybe reveal the masked person to be Theory, then have the second masked person arrive, reveal that to be Grayson Waller, or reveal that to be Seth, and then reveal that they're working together. Shot coming in by Penta. I don't know, there's lots of ways this masked person story can go. I'm certainly not saying it's going that way. But there are lots of ways it can go. Lots of theories doing the rounds about who that masked person is. Theory battling away with LA Knight. Dropkick. I've started to like LA Knight, said Dr. Luchalala, a little bit after that whole Unreal stuff. I really feel for the guy, said Dr. Luchalala. Theory telling the fans to shut up. There we go, commercial break. Right, I think the masked man is Flair or Vince, said Poppy Crocs. Perhaps it's both. Perhaps they're actually just on each other's shoulders, and it's actually going to be revealed to be both. Shot coming in there by Theory. Daze, inserting yourself into it. Just don't get involved. You're right. You're right. I'm going to back away. Right now we got Theory going over to LA Knight. Daze, why does it feel like so many championships are drowning in a lot of nothing? Dominic has absolutely bogged down that IC title. I think there is just a lot of inactivity. I mean, Jade has not been defending. Tag belts. I don't know if we've been hitting 30 days with them on SmackDown. Certainly we've not been doing a great deal with the IC belt, as you said. I think the belt that's, being defended most successfully is probably that United States Championship, the Open Challenges. That's really fun. This is a WrestleMania main event right in front of your eyes, says Heyman, as Theory is battling away with LA Knight. You could do Theory LA Knight at WrestleMania. I think it'll be Bronson, but you could do this. I don't think it'd be a main event, though. Okay, LA Knight is in a bit of trouble at the moment. So a few boos for Theory as he's got his knee in the back of LA Knight's head. Shots coming in. They should just combine the rage belts. It's clear they don't care about them, so why have separate divisions? Tag belts, I'm guessing. Okay, we go back to the show. CM Punk AJ Lee will wrestle in singles match on the same pay-per-view for the first time since Battleground 2013, says Eddie. Big Time said, Days, when you have a 2-hour, 30-minute show, 52 weeks a year, so much of that time is spent on fluff, but where is the character development? 1, 2, Penta makes the save. You'll have to ask WWE that question. I think there was some storyline stuff. I mean, obviously we've kind of moved a bit further with Natty. And even though that segment was not mind-blowing, we're just kind of getting across that she's ruthless, doesn't care, just wants to hurt. 1, 2, Theory, no joy, shoulder up. But I agree. I mean, I feel like we could be doing a lot more in that regard. Do we think Raw and SmackDown rosters are balanced? No. I still see great weaknesses. Certainly when it comes to like baby faces on the women's side of SmackDown. I think just big heels in general around that main event kind of level. We're struggling just in general on both shows with that. I mean, we do have Drew on SmackDown as the champion, but just in general, we could do with some more. We got Gunther around. Brock can always come back, of course, for Mania. But Brock's not here like week in, week out. I don't even know what Ober is at this stage. I think he's just a badass, isn't he, really? Obviously, Vision is something we're really invested in, so it's unfortunate about the Bron Breakker injury, but no, I would not say the rosters feel balanced. Okay, LA Knight going over against the ropes, clothesline. Theory goes to the outsides. Daze, beside WrestleMania tickets being so expensive, running Vegas back-to-back's not helping. AEW doing back-to-back Wembley had a 20,000 drop. Yeah, I don't know. It might be a bit different, though, with Vegas, because obviously Wembley, you're going to get British people and you're going to get Europeans. And, you know, you've given them the big show. To give them another big show again the next year, you might have just needed a bit of a break, right? That's just lesson learnt. But I think with Vegas, Vegas is more tourism. I feel like a lot of people travel into Vegas more so than other places. You're not as reliant on the locals. So I sort of feel like Vegas is a bit different to Wembley. Kick coming into the midsection, looking for a BFT. No joy roll up there by Theory. Kick out by LA Knight. Theory goes back to the corner. LA Knight charges him. Williams said, I was afraid that Ober would be booked like Warrior. That's what WWE does. They just recycle stories and gimmicks, tweak them to seem representative of today's culture. Heyman sits when he pees. I'm not down on that sign. I am a bit down on the spacing of that sign. But right now we got Penta. He's looking for a crossbody. Down goes Theory. Down goes LA Knight. Kick to the back there by Penta against the ropes. Sling blades. I don't know that this main event is going to be enough to keep people around. People like LA Knight, though. Backstabber. LA Knight makes the save. Generally, Vegas is tourism, but tourism is down at the moment. Vegas, across the board, which is hurt in WrestleMania. I can agree with that, yes. Tourism in America is suffering a little bit at the moment. And that is a key driver for Vegas, I agree. Definitely WWE has got things against it, not just the booking. Ticket prices, the lack of tourists coming to America in general are definitely playing a part. I heard another one as well, and that is that because you guys have got the World Cup this year, some people might be actually having to decide, do I go for Mania or do I save my money and go for the World Cup? Which I thought was interesting. I mean, I bet there are people having to make that decision that can't afford to do both. And this is World Cup year, and it is in America. Okay, big multi-person spots. They just did that spot that they did in the women's match, said Dr. Lucha. La la. Right now, we're looking for inverted DDT by LA Knight. Tony said everything just costs too much because we're led by a big Cheeto. I thought you meant like the Cheeto from the chips. I was like, wow, that's cool. Elbow drop by LA Knight. Chester the Cheeto. Yes. Is that his name, Chester? I think that's what I had in my mind. Logan has come running down. Logan gets nailed by, here we go, Bronson's there as well. Here we go. Shenanigans. We've got shenanigans. Oh, they're getting an elbow. Bah, big Bronson reads. Attacking LA Knight. LA Knight back in the ring. Oh my God. Now we're going for a tsunami. Bah, connects. Here's Adam Pearce. Oh, he's going livid. He's going livid. Yeah, Pearce. Okay, so Logan and Bronson being sent to the back. We got a curb. Curb by Theory. 1, 2. Oh, Penta makes the save. Penta makes the save. Kick coming in. Kick coming in. Crowd a little bit more engaged, bit more excited. Big back body drop as Penta goes onto that commentary table. The masked person's here! The masked person delivers a kick. Down goes Theory. Theory down. Boom! Curb! The masked person is attacking Theory. Theory chucked in the ring. Well, that is going to be very interesting for the Theory rumors. Theory down. LA Knight in the ring. The Vision just went chasing after that masked person. Obviously, they're really heavily trying to tease that masked person is Seth, but... and it absolutely could be revealed to be Seth. But I don't know. Seth seems so obvious. Are they really going to go that way? I'll tell you where LA Knight's going, and that is straight to the Elimination Chamber. Look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. Heyman's face absolutely shocked. Absolutely shocked. And he's having words with Adam Pearce as well. I think he still blames Pearce for this. You set that up. You set that up. He just said to Adam Pearce, you set that up. How did he get in? If you was doing your job right, I'm just trying to pick up what Heyman's saying. So here's this mystery masked person. The rumors are that it was Grayson Waller at Royal Rumble. I mean, it very well could have been Grayson Waller again here, but we don't know that that's who's going to be revealed. It's a bad day at the office for the Vision, but it's a great day for LA Knight. Oh, little face-to-face bit. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Well, there we go. That was Raw. We laughed. We cried. We had the time of our lives. Okay, let's get... Ellis Stubbs said, I don't know, that masked man angle is overdone. That is exactly what the masked man would say. Is LS Dub the masked man? That is what we are debating. Okay, get your scores in for that main event. LA Knight gets the win. It's a feel-good moment to end the show. Tyler said, Grayson Waller is a heel. Why would WWE turn him face? Well, I'm not saying that that is the person that's going to get revealed, but that is the person that is rumoured to actually be doing this on the show, or certainly the one that was at Royal Rumble. But when it comes time to actually revealing who it is, WWE can reveal that to be whoever they want. They can reveal that to be Seth. Plus also, you know, Grayson's not doing anything really with the New Day. I mean, I don't know where they're going with Grayson at the moment. I don't even know if they know where they're going with Grayson. So maybe a babyface turn for Grayson, and kind of trying that might be something WWE are interested in. I mean, I can't say because I've not heard any rumors as to what we're doing with Grayson, but I don't think anyone can say what we're doing with him right now is setting the world on fire. The show was brilliant, says Brony. Plot twist, the masked man is more than one person. Theory had someone attack him to take suspicion away, says David. M Train said the El Grande stuff is my favourite part of Raw. I'm hoping we get Chads against Ludwig. I think we will. Big Time said Grayson feels like a ghost. Whenever you see him with New Day, it just feels lost and a bit out of place. Sanan said, I suppose Theory could still be working for that masked man if it is Seth. They could have done it so that the Vision don't get suspicious of Theory. Connor said, Daze, if the mystery person is Seth, why would he all of a sudden curb stomp Theory? Theory was supposed to be working for Seth. Yes, but Seth has been betrayed by the Vision, hasn't he? He's been attacked by Bron Breakker. So, of course, he's going to want to get his hands on Bron Breakker. Now, he got attacked by Bron. He's not going to appreciate anyone that now aligns with Bron. I mean, you know, if someone was like really off with me and had mistreated me, if you like all of a sudden started hanging out and being their mate, I mean, that's not going to be great, is it, for our relationship? Because you seemingly don't care about how they treated me. Like, you're not bothered about the way that they treated me. You're just going to keep hanging out with them. So, you know, Theory saw what happened to Seth. Clearly, we all did. And has still decided that he wants to join up with the Vision. So that's not really great for the Theory-Seth relationship, is it? So if it did turn out to be Seth, that would be as to why he would want to attack Theory. Anyone that is associated with the Vision, anyone that aligns themselves with Bron Breakker is on the hit list. Logan, Bronson, Heyman. You're all on the list. You just made the list. Could the mystery person all of a sudden be Ricky Saints? Well, it is... we don't know. I mean, there's lots of theories, isn't there? I still think Theory can be revealed as being the mystery person from the Rumble. Days, when do we think Jericho will debut? Well, we don't know that he's coming in, do we? We're not sure that he has joined WWE. I mean, we expected it to be the Rumble. And still no word on what's happening. To be honest, I think he's focused on Fozzy. Be very interesting once we get past that Fozzy tour. I'd imagine his focus is there right now. So, I don't know what we're doing there. Nothing's changed. I believe he's still showing on the AEW active roster, but that was never a barrier. That was never a problem. So we'll just have to see when this tour's done, like what happens. I mean, there's every chance that he's re-signed and he just goes back to AEW. There's no word on any of it. They've done a very good job of keeping it radio silent. Boom. Daze, Logan chased the masked man into the crowd and he was right behind him as they went out. They didn't show Logan catching him. Maybe Logan has got a part to play. Well, he could have a part to play, but Theory could have a part to play. Adam Pearce could have a part to play. I mean, they might not be the person that attacked tonight, but I agree with people. It doesn't rule them out. It's a very interesting development, though, because obviously it does make you have to think in a slightly different way. So it is very, very interesting. I think it's very good storytelling. I think it's very good to kind of put in some twists and turns. So I'm not down on how that ended. Could the masked man be Seth? Yes. Could be seen as a wake-up call for Theory, reminding him of what they could be. Theory dominated. Will he even get praise for this performance, says Calvin. I don't think so. I don't think the performance was that great, honestly. This main event didn't strike me as being anything special. I mean, he might have dominated in the match, but I don't think the match was really that anything to write home about. Or at least it didn't strike me that way. Perhaps you lot felt different, but we're going to go and do the breakdown in a second. I need to get that stream set up, actually, so make sure you get votes in. Yeah, I want to know. I want a good, accurate read. What did you think about that main event match? Definitely the masked man takes the headlines. But, I don't know, did that main event deserve more praise than maybe it probably is going to get? If I had to guess, the person playing the guy tonight was one of the Usos, based on the build and the body language, said Zero Day. Days, what if we get Cody, John Cena 2 at Mania? It's not going to happen. Brony, every show WWE put out is amazing because that's what they want us to say. I think the masked man is Donkey Kong, said Brian. Hasib said, do we think it's good for WWE and other products having bad spells and not being good all the time? Because if they were, it would be boring if everything was great all the time. I just think it's part of life, honestly. I just think it's part of life. You're going to have highs and lows. You're going to have things that work better than others. You're going to try stuff that doesn't succeed. I don't know that I can say that it's good that you go through bad spells. I mean, I would say there are positives to it. It would mean that you don't take things for granted. It would mean that it keeps you on your toes. You know, you've got to really think about like trying to get it back to where it was, and you know that's gonna make you think about things a bit more rather than everything just coming so effortless and easy. But I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, if the show was good, that would say to me that we would be enjoying it, and if we were enjoying it week after week, I don't know. I mean, would you get bored of enjoying a show? If it was like, I mean, that kind of contradicts itself, doesn't it? If you're enjoying it, if the show's good and you're enjoying it, then I don't know that you would get bored of something that you are enjoying. I mean, you'd have to get bored of enjoying things. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there are definitely some pros to the fact that wrestling has its ups and downs, but I would just say that most things have their ups and downs. It's TV shows, isn't it, that have bad episodes, bad seasons. It's just part of life, really. I mean, I don't see it as a big drama. Obviously, when we are down like we were in 2025, we want to pick it back up again. And actually, I think we've had some interesting conversations about where are the problems, how do we fix those problems, what is missing. It allows us to kind of, dig into that and explore that. And, that's kind of fun. But I don't know if I could say that it's good that we have them. I would just say that there probably are some pros to that. Days for anyone that says WWE partnership and exposure's not been a win for TNA. Don't know how many potential fans they have created from NXT, but they were heavily featured in 2025. Yeah, I certainly don't think anything is suggesting that this relationship has been bad for them. Metal Mama says, come on, WWE, just give us a few weeks of eating. If you're going to starve us, at least get us plump. And sat down before you do so. Yes, Metal Mama. I mean, some of us are plump anyway, to be honest. You know, I'm so plump that the stream has frozen. That is how plump I am. I am now officially crashing streams because I am that plump. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the poll whilst looking blurry but cute. I'm going to write down the score. And we are going to look to wrap this up because we need to end this anyway. So it doesn't make any sense shutting the stream down so that we can come back just to say goodbye. So instead, I'm going to leave this blurry image of me for you to remember me by. Yeah. All these good memories. This blurry image. Look at I'm smiling as well. I'm blurry. I'm smiling. I'm looking super cute. I can tell you that main event got good 96. Is that fair? I don't know. What I do know is we're going to go and do the breakdown show right now. So I appreciate everyone joining us. And I hope you got something out of this. I found that it was started really well and then it just really drifted for me. I think the start of this thing had me. I remember saying the first hour went quite quick. But, don't know, the longer it went on, the more it just started to, I think, drift away from me. But there were still some good moments in there, absolutely. And, yeah, we'll be back in a moment for the breakdown. So appreciate the support, everyone. Have a great evening. We'll be back later with our NXT watch-along. And I will see you again next time. Or in a moment, actually, for the breakdown. So bye.